As we go on this journey with the particle system together, one thing I think you're going to find is that the level of detail that I obsess over on every aspect of this project is pretty annoying, and I apologize in advance for that. But let's start at the very beginning, the particle system. Even the name particle has a reason for being. So particle stack, because this is my memorized deck, you can take all of those letters and scramble them and rearrange them to make 3 other words that have sort of dictated where I'm coming from, the genesis of what I'm after. And those 3 words are practical, artistic, and spectacle. Practical because memorized deck magic is always very amazing, but it's never really something that pros use as they wander around and look at. Maybe a little bit of some jazz magic to find thought of cards. But I'm not talking about full acts. I wanted to create a way of doing all of the card magic that I love wrapped into one system. Practical. Artistic. I wanted these tricks to not just be, think of a card and I cut it. Think of a card and I produce it. Think of a card and you pick it. I wanted these tricks to be varied and unusual and touch different notes, and some are long and some have interesting facts associated with them, and others are quick hits and others are visual. Artistic. And the last one, spectacle. I have never seen a focus with memorized deck that is on shows, and you're going to see there are 3 full shows in the book, and we've captured 2 of them here on video at the Rhapsody Theater that you're going to be able to see how they go in and out, in the beginning, the middle, the closer, and all of those things. So in this video, I'm going to take you through every step of how to put the deck together, how to memorize the deck, how to use the deck, and then some of my favorite tricks. We won't be doing them all, but they're all in the book waiting for you to discover. Let's jump in. In the very beginning of the particle system book, I give a little essay that may surprise you, and I'm going to go over the main point of that essay here, which is this. Don't memorize my stack. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm trying to talk you out of using this. The very best memorized stack that you could possibly memorize is the one that you create for your needs, okay? I can't do that for you. Instead, I have created the perfect stack for me and for my needs, okay? You're welcome to memorize it, and I think between the lines, what I'm telling you is I think it's a good one to memorize. But what I'm also telling you is don't be afraid to put together an arrangement of cards that is perfectly suited to what you want to do with it, okay? So a couple of things right at the beginning. I put this stack together because I had a list of tricks that I need and love and use all the time. Those have to be built into my Swiss Army knife, right? This stack is like a Swiss Army knife with all the different tools. And then a separate list of tricks that I really love and have always loved. I've either thought of them or read them from some of my favorite creators, but I never do them because you got to have 2 royal flushes stacked in a certain position in the deck, or you have to have cards 10, 20, 30, and 40 known. Well, when would that ever occur in a deck of cards that you're just using around? Okay, I sat down and I said, how can I get everything from list 1 and most of the things from list 2 worked into my stack, okay? I got them all. I got everything in that I needed it to be, and on top of it all, I can get into and out of new deck order so easily. So I'm very, very happy with it. But I do need you to know right at the top, these are my tastes. These are the tricks that I like and that I use all the time. Your mileage may vary. There are many, many advantages to the particle system, and I'm going to list out some of those for you before we dive in so that you know what you're up for. There's just one big trade-off. There are always trade-offs when you do things, right? The more tricks I can build in, the less normal the stack looks. And that's the main trade-off. If you are familiar with Nicola's stack or the Joyal stack or Tamara's stack or Aronson stack, you will find that those stacks really focus on a very shuffled disarray. I worked with Aronson's stack. Simon Aronson was my mentor for many years. He was like family to me, very, very, very close. And I used his stack for years. And in all of that time, in the context I used it, I almost never had an opportunity to show spectators how shuffled the deck was. In other words, there was almost no time when the deck is sitting, staring at people for a long enough period of time for them to sort of go, yeah, these no aces together, and there's a king that just never occurs in the kind of magic I do. That would occur at a magic convention. That might occur if you're doing magic for your friends all the time with the same scenario slowly set out on a table. But for the way I use it, it doesn't happen. So the particle system has many, many advantages, and the main disadvantage is it doesn't look particularly shuffled or random, not that you could stare at. But I am going to show you 3 different dodges to use, 3 different solutions to totally eradicate that problem. So, with all of that said, let's jump into what some of the features are in this stack. I'm going to list for you some of my favorite things that I've built into the particle system, and then we'll jump into how to memorize it, how to prepare it, and the tricks that you can do with it. The first thing, perhaps most exciting of all, it'll take you half the time to memorize. That's because one of the features in the stack is that when you memorize a card, you also get, for free, its mate. So if you memorize the Jack of Spades position 10, you know Jack of Clubs is position 12. They're always 2 apart, right? If you know 6 of Spades is position 30, you know 6 of Clubs is position 32. If you know Ace of Hearts is position 1, you know Ace of Diamonds is position 3. You get the mate for free. So you're not memorizing 52 cards, you're only memorizing 26 cards. A huge feature in memorized deck magic is how do you end? What's the big trick? Well, I've got 3 colossal endings built into this stack for you. One of them returns the deck to new deck order. One trick, a really good trick, takes you from the stack into new deck order, and you'll be seeing that trick in front of a live audience, and you'll be seeing how it works. The other one ends up in pairs. You get matched pairs in a matching trick. They shuffle, you shuffle, and you deal, and you get pairs. And still a third one is a gambling ending, where you deal yourself the ultimate bridge hands. So lots of different ways to end this stack. Great feature of this stack is that you can cut to any card at any time with near precision accuracy. I realize many people who are investing in this project and in this system, it's to do that one thing and to let your spectators do it as well. They name a card, you show them what to do, and then they cut right at that card. A really handy feature of this stack is the aces and kings are alternated on top and bottom. That opens up tons of possibilities, but in addition, many people have favorite tricks with 4 aces or 4 kings, and now you have the ability to do those anytime you want. Here's a really important feature of the particle system that I think is really important, that is hard to articulate if you don't know mem deck magic, and that is no fumbling, okay? So many memorized deck tricks begin with, okay, to do the next trick, you have to switch cards from positions 13 and 38. The way I do that is I take 38 out and then I switch here, and as you're fumbling with the deck, you also need to cut 6 cards and reverse their order and put, there's none of that. If that's required, I don't do the trick. You won't find it in the book, you won't find it in the videos, you won't find it in the notebook of the deluxe edition. I do not fuss with the cards. There are, with no exceptions, there's no fumbling in this deck. So you are ready to go. The most you'll ever have to do is cut to a certain card and you're ready to go. One really great feature for working professionals is that I have designed 3 complete acts, set lists with a beginning, middle, and an end that you can do at your leisure, where each trick sets you up for the next one and gets you into that killer ending. Here's a great feature. Most of the tricks in this book and in this video project are in the hands. They are fast, in the hands, and don't involve any kind of reset. That's really important and rare if you study memorized deck magic. A lot of it's dealing, destroys the stack, lots of piles on the table, lengthy, long tricks. That's not the style of magic that we're doing here. These are punchy, quick tricks, most of them in the hands, and nearly all of them are stack sustaining. Let's geek out for a second. If you know mirror stack, this stack is a mirror stack. This is a stay stack. It is also a 14-15 stack. If that means something to you, great. If not, we will get into what that means a little later on. It was really important to me when I put together the particle system that not every trick started with pick a card, name a card, think of a card. You can only do so many of those in a row. I want variety. What's really interesting is you're going to learn a cards across using a memorized deck. You're going to learn a sandwich effect using a memorized deck. You're going to learn a dealing trick where cards are matching in pairs with a memorized deck. We are varying what we're doing to give people different emotions and hit different notes with this stack. When people ask me what's the best card trick that anyone has come up with in the last 30 years, I always answer the same thing. Ben Harris and Steve Shufton's X-Ray. It is a killer trick, and nobody does it because the setup is highly annoying. I built that setup into the particle system. So now that trick is one of the tools in your Swiss Army knife that you have ready at a moment's notice. The last feature I want to talk to you about in the particle system is one you won't appreciate now and may become your favorite feature as you start jazzing, riffing with this stack and using it in your professional work, which is every card is alternated by color and maximum contrast. In other words, court cards are next to low spot cards. Red cards are next to black cards. And what that means is anytime you are finding a card and you do a double lift, you do a color change, you do a top change, you change one card for another, you're going to get maximum contrast. I realize that doesn't sound like a big perk. You can't believe what a difference it makes. Because now you're changing a black card that's high into a red card that's low. And it just makes it look nicer. It was not something I can claim I wanted to build into the stack, but I started noticing like, wow, color changes look great in this deck. That's why. Okay, those are some of the features we're going to be exploring. Now it's time to actually unpack the order. Let me give you an overview of what the particle system is. The first part you already understand. It's a memorized deck. Whether you've worked with a memorized deck before or not, I can sum it up in one sentence. You know every card in order in the stack. So if I say a card, you know the stack number, and if I say a number, you know the stack card. If I say 4 of hearts, you say 13. If I say ace of clubs, you say 52. If I say 51, you say king of diamonds, right? You know every card in the stack cold. But that's the particle stack. In the book, when I say particle stack, that means we are just dealing with the order of the cards. When I say particle system, we're adding in 2 other features working in harmony with this principle of the memorized deck. And those 3 features together are memorized stack, a marked deck, and an original series of crimps and short cards, okay? So we are going to use a special deck that we doctor, and it's marked, and it's in a memorized order. You absolutely do not need to use a marked deck to do this. I would say 75% of the tricks don't use anything to do with the marked cards, but let me tell you something. Wonderful thing to have as a fallback, as a windfall, as a parachute, a marked deck. It means we don't have to think about or talk about glimpsing. In memorized deck, the thing that drives me crazy when I watch people who work with it is how egregiously bad the glimpsing is. You've seen it before. Okay, so we're just going to put this this packet over here, and you're going to look at that card. So just remember the face of that card, right? All that's gone because you have a marked deck. It takes care of everything for you. A lot of people say, I don't want to put work in the deck. I don't like breathers. I don't like short cards. That's too much work. And to those people, I say, why on earth would you go to a gunfight with a knife? Right? If you're going to bring a memorized deck, you have made the decision temporally, I'm bringing a deck that is in order, that I have spent some minutes putting into order. If you're going to make that decision to bring your own deck in an order that you memorized, why wouldn't you take every advantage in that deck? Why wouldn't you have this deck loaded with every possible advantage, marked, crimped, shorted, so that you can do true miracles? I do not understand the logic that you want to work with a deck that you're bringing in a special order, but that you won't touch it. Now, sometimes people will say, well, the way I work is I want my spectators looking at the deck and really everything examinable afterward. Fine, then you're just not going to use those parts. For me, I want the magic to be high octane, 11 out of 10, amazing. And if we have to take extra precautions to do it, I'm willing to go that extra mile. Okay, now that you understand all of that, let's explore how to do everything you need to set it up. I have in my hands the particle pack. You don't need this to do anything in the particle system. I'll repeat that. You do not need this. It's totally optional. However, I would not do the material I do without this because of all of the advantages. This deck itself has 3 card revelations built in. 3 of the more difficult cards that are named are going to be revealed in a special way. One of them, just to jump ahead for a second, is right here on the panel of the box. It says, your card is the Queen of Hearts. When somebody names Queen of Hearts, which as you know is more frequent than a lot of cards, I've got a revelation right here on the box. And we captured one of those in the live show, I think last week. Somebody named a card, I was doing a trick, and they named one on the box. So you're able to just switch gears, jazz your way right into it, and it's a total killer because everything else on the box is normal. When you open up the particle pack, you take the plastic off. You want to save this plastic. We'll come back to that for an optional way of making it look like you open the deck right under the spectator's nose. This is exactly how the cards come. Okay, 2 jokers. There's some really good tricks in the book with the jokers, so you might want to hold on to those for later. You have 2 optional cards, and let's talk about those now if you use the particle pack. These are court cards with little miniature cards in the hands. It's so cute. This is a classic old revelation of having a court card holding the card. It's a really strong moment. And don't undersell the ability to have it. I don't do a trick where I go out of the way to reveal these, but I have these in my back pocket so that if somebody names 2 of the cumbersome cards in the stack, 2 of spades or 3 of clubs, those are cards that are the most annoying to cut to because they're in like the low 40s, which is a tough area of the deck. You can use these. I tend to not use 1 because as soon as you reveal a card in the hand of a court card, people will go, let me see the other kings. And it's really important that not all the kings have a different card in their hand. So if you're going to use that one, you simply sub out the king of diamonds without the card in its hand for the one with the card in its hand. If you want to use the queen in addition or instead of, go for it. Okay. This is the order that the cards in the particle pack come in. It's ace through king of hearts, king through ace of spades, ace through king of diamonds, and king through ace of clubs. Now, that is not the standard new deck order, but that is our new deck order. In order to make this stack work and look its best and do all of the things it needs to do, this is the new deck order you need. New deck order with bicycle is just 2 off from this, so you would need to just shuffle off 2 runs of suits and insert them in the right place. But it's hearts, spades, diamonds, clubs, with the black cards running king to ace and the red cards running ace to king. And this is how they come in the box. You're 2 Faros away when you're in this new deck order from the particle system. But before we do that, let's talk about the work you put into the deck. You are going to put crimps, breather crimps, at cards 10, 20, 30, and 40. Okay? Those cards are the jack of spades. That's 10. You're not going to remember this yet, but you will. But let me show you how to put a breather crimp in the deck. You're just going to come across a card like this to make a little diagonal trough. My thumb is on top, my first and second fingers are underneath, and I very firmly put a little bow in that card. And then I go on the other diagonal so that it makes an X. So the lowest point on this card, you really can't see it, but the lowest point on this card is here, and it creates this trough on the 4 sides like a little X, okay? So jack of spades is 10. We're going to do it again for 20. That would be 9 of clubs. Put that mark in same way. The third one is the 6 of spades. That's 30. Just to tease ahead, not to confuse you, I don't want to give you too much information at the same time, but one of those days when I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing in the world, was the day I realized cards 10, 20, 30, and 40 are natural fishing cards. In other words, think about this. When you've got these crimped cards in the deck, You can have somebody just reach over and cut, and they're almost certain to cut to one of the cards. Just put the deck on the table and say, go ahead, cut. You can cut shallow, you can cut deep, but cut at a card, look at it, put it back. I'll look away. You know they're going to cut to one of 4 cards. You know for certain they'll be black. When you say it's a number card, 3 of the 4 are number cards. So if they say no, you know which one it is. It's a fishing principle, right? You say it's a high card. If they say no, you know exactly which one it is. If you say it's a very high card, you know exactly which one it is. And so you just get one no, and you can fish for a card cut to in the deck. It's really kind of remarkable. And then the last one is the 4 of clubs. That's 40. This is called a breather crimp. You can get a great explanation of this in the Vernon Chronicles book. It's borrowed from the gambling table, but that's what these are. So now you would have the crimps in the deck, and I do this with it in new deck order. You can also do it once you put it in stack. The last card you're going to treat differently. This ace of clubs, I have already taken the liberty of shorting. I have shorted it on the side, cutting just a hair sliver width and then rounding the corners again. I short the card on an old brass metal machine that I bought at auction some years ago. It's 100 years old. Wonderful thing to short the card and then bend the corners. But you can do this on a little $15 machine that you can get on Amazon. Just a little cutter and a corner rounder. You can get these very cheap and you can cut them. And in a pinch, for years, I would cut them when I was on the road with scissors. And if you cut it with scissors, you can do what's called a scallop short. I talk about this a lot in the book, but basically this means leaving the corners alone and instead cutting in here like this, like a little bow. Just a sliver, a couple of millimeters at most. You just want to be able to cut to the long sides of the deck easily by putting a little short in. So that card's going to be shorted, and now you're going to crimp this card in addition to it being short in a different way. And this is original with me. I call this a super crimp. You're going to do the same pulling action, but instead of diagonal, you're going to do it at the ends of the card. So you're going to do it here, like this, and then at the other side, like this. And the reason that I call this a super crimp is that I actually realized this is both a top and bottom cutting breather. So the ones that we just put in the deck, those will always be the top card that you cut to. Always, when we cut the Jack of Spades will be on the face of the packet. If you cut at the sides, or I'm sorry, at the ends of the cards, these short sides, you will always get the ace of clubs on the face of the packet. That's because you have just made the ends higher than the body of the card, than the sides. But if you cut from the sides, you have the opposite. You will always leave the ace of clubs on the upper packet. So it's a really useful breather technology because it's both top and bottom cutting. So I put that in as firmly as I possibly can, and that is the face card of your stack. Now, I'm about to show you how to put the cards into particle system. It's super easy. But before I do, I want to give you the option, if you're using the particle pack, you'll notice there's no sticker on here, that's by design, how to make it look like you open a new deck of cards right in front of the audience. This is totally optional. This would only be for a very formal show if you want people to think you are starting with a new deck. So you put the jokers back, you put them in the deck, and this is what you do. Put them in the box, close that box up, very carefully remove the cellophane, and you're going to grab 2 other cards. I've done this with credit cards in a pinch, but any 2 cards at all because you're just going to use them as guides. And what you do is you put them on top and bottom of this side of the box, the opening of the box, and now you simply snake the cellophane over the front of the box. Once you've got it over the box, those 2 cards go away. And now, for all intents and purposes, you have a sealed pack of cards. But really, you've got your crimps and your short card loaded into place exactly how you want them. So you've got a killer situation here. So if that's the case, you can look at this and play with this as normal. If you're going to hold it under a lot of scrutiny, you would just cover the bottom of the deck, the part where there is no cellophane. But I'm telling you, nobody is looking at that. Also, if you wish to have labels printed and put them on for the seal, if you think that's really important to break the seal, that's fine. I don't bother. I like my decks without the seal on them, so I think that it's fine without it. So all you do when you're ready to start the show is you would say, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to do a show with one pack of playing cards. It's important that you know that this is a real pack of cards, so I'm going to have you shuffle it before we, whatever your little preamble is. But you act as if you're breaking the plastic, but what you're really doing is just pulling it off. Crumple it up, throw it away, and now you take out the deck and you can say, we of course have the jokers, those come in every deck, and the deck is in what we call new deck order. You'll notice that's ace through king of hearts, then king through ace of spades, ace through king of diamonds, and king through ace of clubs. You can see that there. So this is a great way to start in new deck order, and then you can bring the show back to new deck order at the end. And hey, things are presenting themselves all over the place. I didn't mention before, but another great benefit of the particle system is the ace of spades reveals the five of hearts. In the small print, if somebody names five of hearts, you cut out the ace of spades, which is an easy one to find, and then you can have them read the small print, and it says, your card is the five of hearts. I use that a lot. That's a handy one. So now I'm going to show you how you get into the particle system. One way to get into it is just to separate the cards, and sometimes I'll just put them in order if that's what I'm doing. But you are exactly 2 Faros away whenever you're in new deck order from the particle system. So if you cut at the ace of spades and you do an Out-Faro, and an Out-Faro means that the top card and the bottom card remain the same. When you do an Out-Faro, you will be in this position. So I just cut at the ace of spades, and after 1 Faro, that's going to pair all the cards in the deck together. Reds and blacks, every pair is together. If you give them 1 more Faro, cut card 26 and 26 will be the king of diamonds. So those are your key ones to remember. Remember ace of spades and king of diamonds. And you give it 1 more Faro, what you'll find is that you are in the particle system. Okay? This is the particle system. Particle system looks like this. You'll notice that the aces and kings alternate on top and bottom. Ace of hearts is the top card, ace of clubs is the bottom card, but you rarely have those actually on top and bottom. You'll want to keep it cut somewhere else when you're just shuffling and using the deck. The 4 sevens are right in the middle of the deck. That's a really handy feature. Sevens are named a lot. Now you've got 4 sevens together in the deck. And every single adjacent card, if you add the values together, will be 14 or 15. That's what a 14-15 stack is. They alternate reds and blacks, and there are all sorts of mathematical possibilities. Now look, this video is not the place to memorize the stack, so we're not going to talk about that. My book goes into great detail about how to memorize the deck. What I want to do is give you just a few pointers on this, and then you can use the book for the rest of it. I would suggest to you 10 cards, get them down cold. This can be done in 20 minutes. And the way you do it is you make a flashcard deck where you put the number on each one. And you can shuffle face up and face down. So start with 10. 1 through 10, shuffle them up, face down. So when you get a card, you have to say the number. When you get a number, you have to say the card. And again, every card gives you a freebie card. So if I cut to the 8 of hearts, I know exactly, that's 29. I know exactly that the 8 of diamonds is 31, okay? Always 2 cards away is the next one, okay? Every card you cut to, 6 of hearts, 21, 6 of diamonds, 23. 9 of clubs is 20, 9 of spades, 18. They're always 2 cards apart. So you will always be able to find that card. And when you look at the stack, one thing you'll notice is if you look at just the suits, they still run in order. So if ace is here, 2 is the next club, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, and so on. Now that's not so visible because there are 3 cards between each one, kind of confusing the matter, okay? Now when you look at this stack and you start to memorize it, it'll come very quickly. Once you do 10, you do 20. Then you shuffle 1 through 10 into 10 through 20, and you start drilling, drilling, drilling. 5 or 6 days, you're going to have this whole thing down, truly. I mean, in the old days, those of us old enough to know when we had to memorize phone numbers, you knew your mom's number, you knew your dad's work number, you knew your sister's number, and you knew your Uncle David's number. If you know 4 phone numbers, you know a stack, right? It's not very difficult. And once you have it, it's like riding a bike. You'll have it for life. You just brush up here and there. When you first look at this stack, you may think to yourself, this does not look randomly shuffled. Yeah, I know, but you aren't putting it in front of people in this way. I'm going to show you 3 things that you can do to make sure that people don't catch on to the order, okay? First of all, cut the deck. Don't have the aces on top and bottom. Cut it off center somewhere so you have random things. Secondly is when you're spreading the cards on the table, perhaps before you tell a story, spread them towards yourself, right? Usually I'm always telling Magic students, don't spread cards toward yourself because they're upside down to your audience. But here that works to our advantage. It's harder to discern patterns when it's toward you. The second thing is instead of spreading the cards, where you can, dribble the cards. The dribbling is really nice because it naturally hides a lot of cards and obscures the pattern. And then you can tap that with your finger. So here's like a bunch of aces and kings. If I just tap that, that really obscures the pattern. And I'm telling you right now, like this does not look like anything. This looks as shuffled could be, okay? Those are some tips to make it look random, and then here's my favorite one. When I'm going through, I will take piles of cards, and you notice how I'm doing this? When I put these down, I'm not putting them down exactly even. I'm overlapping this way to cover certain cards, which disrupts the pattern. So I can do this, and now in this way, that really does not look alternated or studied or whatever. And if that's the way you set the cards down, I'm telling you, for the 3 or 4 seconds every few tricks, nobody's going to catch on to that. 2 last things, and then we're going to jump into false shuffles and cuts, which I'm excited to share with you. The first one is particle system maintenance. If you are using this deck in an evening and you put the work in, what we went over, the breather crimps, the super crimp, the short card obviously doesn't need any kind of maintenance, you're good all night. I find that I don't need to reinforce them if I'm doing a magic for a couple of hours and I'm just rolling with the same deck. You're fine. You're usually fine a day or 2 later. If I'm making up a new particle pack, if I'm doing it for the first time in a week, if I've been on an airplane, you're going to want to go through the deck and just refresh those crimps. So the way I would do it is I riffle down. This is how you get to stack origin, right? You riffle till you hear the click, and that's your ace of clubs on the bottom, ace of hearts on the top. Once you do that, I just cut at the breather. Whoops, this one's coming out. There we go. And refresh it. Boom, boom. That's about how fast I do it. And then I go to the next one and do it. This takes, what would you say, 15, 20 seconds? If you don't have time for this project is not for you. It's amazing how much I have people say to me like, oh, I'd love to be able to do that stuff, and it's really cool that you can do that, but it's just so much work. I mean, if you consider this a lot of work, I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty standard for what you get out of it. Now I'm ready, right? This deck is refreshed and ready to do anything with, okay? And then the last thing is we haven't talked about the marks. There are many good marked decks on the market. You can use one that has symbols so that you have to interpret those. I tend to go for a Ted Leslie style mark deck, meaning that the cards themselves, the actual initials of the cards are there because it's less computation. I don't have to go, wait, what is 7 dots and 1 cross section? Like I can just look at the card, and if I see 3 heart, I know it's the 3 of hearts. The particle pack is my ideal marked system. They're upper left and lower right so that when cards are spread like this, I can see every single mark in the corner. The cards, when I'm having a card touched, I can see which one has been touched. Very easy to see. They're easy to see across the room. They're easy to see right here. I love them, and it's on USPC playing cards, so yeah, I'm very pleased with that. With that said, refreshing the pack, mark cards, we are ready to start shuffling. Okay, welcome. I think it's very important when you are considering how to approach your handling of a memorized deck that you decide what you're going for, okay? Only you can decide that, but let me tell you what I'm going for and what I can help you get to. Some people would say you need one good false shuffle and that's all you ever need. I don't think so. I actually think that the convincing nature of conveying disorder comes from the variety you show in the shuffling. In other words, I want my audience to see me mixing a little bit in the hands, a little bit on the table, a nice cut that looks like the kind of cuts they do, a cut that looks totally haphazard, a shuffle that looks like a Faro. All these things together, I think, work in harmony to make the deck look really, really shuffled. So that's what I do. And to that end, I think that it's really easy to have a lot of different false cut patterns and 2 or 3 false shuffles. That's the sweet spot. More than that, and I think it looks performative, like what is he trying to prove? 2 or 3 false shuffles are great, and 5 or 6 false cuts are great. So we're going to start with false shuffles and then move into cuts. Let's begin with what I call the Chilli Shuffle. I'm from the Midwest, I'm from Ohio, and in the Midwest, chili is a big badge of honor. Every neighborhood has a chili cook-off, and every family has a chili recipe. Every recipe has a secret ingredient, and I don't know why, but that secret ingredient is always cinnamon. It's just, everybody's like, my family's gonna win because we have this. I know, it's cinnamon, relax. Everybody's family's secret is cinnamon. Every false shuffle with an overhand style shuffle is basically, I think, the same basic idea of a chop and scooping it under the deck. This is a standard procedure, right? You know this doesn't change the order of a cyclical stack, a 52 card stack. It just changes the origin point, but you can cut as long as you want. And therefore, this doesn't change the order. That's just a cut. And if you make that look like a shuffle, that doesn't change the order. It just changes the cut position. So I call this the Chilli Shuffle because everybody's renaming basically the same thing, but we all do it in our own different way. And this I came up with when I was 16 years old, the Chilli Shuffle, and I love mine. I think mine offers things that nobody else's does, and these are the little secret ingredients, so I'll share them with you now. First, let's think about what it would look like if you could really do it. First of all, almost all false shuffles, overhand style, are done face down. That's fine, but I think it looks way better if you could do it face up. But of course that's ridiculous because if you're trying to get to the same order, you would see this 2 of diamonds again at the end. Unless you have a short card in the deck, in which case you can shuffle and you don't have to worry about it because when you're ready to cut it back to origin, you'll just turn the deck over and cut back, click, to origin, okay? Then you're back to where you started. So first advantage of the Chilli Shuffle is it's done face up. What's better than showing 6, 7, 8 face cards? Second advantage is no jogs and no breaks. Oh my God. To not have to keep breaks when you're doing it, and it makes it so carefree. And one thing you notice when I'm doing this is I'm looking at you guys. I'm not looking down at all. This is how it should look. Ladies and gentlemen, in a minute, you're all going to pick cards, 5 or 6 of you. If you pick a card, I want you to remember the cards you pick. Can you do that for me? Give them a cut. And then I want you to sit on those cards. That's right, I'm asking you to sit on the, do you see the vibe that I'm giving? It's like I don't care. That's really important. So the next advantage is there are no running of single cards. Big turnoff for me in a lot of the overhand shuffles is you run 5, and then you throw, and then you run another 5, and then you throw, and it just looks very studied. Whereas I hope you'll agree, the Chilli Shuffle does not look studied. And the final advantage, and then I promise I'll teach it, is it looks good from all angles. So usually you see guys turning in when they do their false shuffle because it looks good here, but it doesn't look good from other angles. This one looks great from the front, equally great from the back, and this is the rare one. It even looks good, this camera's got me from the side, even looks correct from the side. Here's all it is. Everybody holding the cards in your hands, face outward. With the right hand, peel a chop of cards. Throw the others on top. That's a cut. Practice that a few times. That's a cut. If you combine that by splaying the right fingers as you peel with the right thumb, That's a cut, and that's a cut, and that's a cut, and that's a cut. I am feeding the bottom half of the deck back into my left hand as I throw. Now, this wouldn't be logical if you did it like this. It would look really funny because it would just look like a shuffle that never ends. So now let's add the finesse point that makes this chef's kiss. If you were doing a real shuffle, you would take a small chop, and as you shuffled off, this packet would get bigger and this one would get smaller. All that happens in the Chilli Shuffle is you simulate that. So I take a really small chop, and then as I go to put it back, I take a bigger chop and an even bigger chop, so that this is simulating exactly what it would look like if you were doing the real thing, even from that vulnerable side angle. And the last couple chops I take are usually single cards or just like a couple of cards. So watch again. You see how it's getting bigger and smaller? We're just going for 5 or 6 chops in one go. Even 4 is good. And that's it. And this is my go-to, guys. I sit around and this is what I would do between tricks. This is what I would do before I start the show. And you can mix it in with letting them cut the cards, and you're all set. And then finally, when you're ready to get back to stack origin, you simply turn the deck over and give a couple of cuts until you hit that short card, and then you know you're in business. All right? In Boris Wilde's excellent book on marked deck magic, he's hidden a really beautiful false shuffle and cut sequence. And I really liked the simulation of a Faro shuffle in there, and I didn't love the cut that he had to do to get into it. It was very finicky, and it made it kind of this elaborate thing. But I just thought, I want to take that shuffle itself because that's really useful. And the shuffle itself is so nice because it simulates a really rarer kind of shuffle, which is, as you know, a Faro shuffle, okay? So all it is this. It should look as though I Faro these packets together. Oh, there we go. And push them square. Okay, this is not one you do study. This is one you do as you're looking around, and what's great is it's so easy to manage that you don't even have to look down. What you do is you stab your little finger into the deck about 1/3 of the way down, and then from the back, I take about 20 cards out of the middle. And as I pull them out, it'll have some stragglers there, which is good. You keep the break right from where they come from. So I just took the middle portion out of the deck and I square it up. And if you go to do a Faro, you do these exact same actions. So this is perfect. I square them up. Now I put my first finger on top of the outer right corner of my right hand's packet, and I line it up with the side of the deck. And I'm simply going to reinsert that packet right where I took it out of, but leave it for 1 1,000, 2 1,000, act like I Faro the cards, push them in evenly, and then the rest is just acting. This is the real situation. You took this middle bit out, and then you put it right back in. And now if you apply pressure with the first finger curled on top and the left finger's curled underneath, when you go to push, it's going to push cards on either side of that packet up. And that simulates that friction you have when you're shuffling a deck of cards. So if you put those fingers on top and you slowly push that in, that gives that friction, that illusion of friction that you need those acting skills for. So you come out, you come in, study it for a second, whoops. That false start, right? Makes it look like you're really doing it. Then you push up, and then you just push those down, and looks just as good from this angle. You can also do it facing out if you don't want them to see what cards are in what order. So you can come this way, whoops, give that fake whoops, Faro it in, push up, and now you get that great illusion of pushing those cards home. It's a zero gravity shuffle. Tell me this isn't the greatest false cut ever. Deck of cards, watch this. I mean, that doesn't look false. That is my friend Max Lukian's true false cut. He realized working in this system that you can wind up the deck and then unwind the deck. In other words, you have every 10 cards a crimp, including the bottom of the deck. So if you cut at the crimp, Jack of Spades, 9 of clubs, 6 of spades, 4 of clubs, and finally Ace of clubs, you've just wound up the deck. You've segmented it, right? So if you put these in the box and you come out and you do some false cuts, whatever you want to do, false shuffles, maybe throw in whatever you like, your favorite pattern. But when you're ready, you just come from the table, pick those cards up, and immediately go into this cut. So that's the Ace of clubs back where it started. Cut at the first crimp. That's 40 back where it started. Then 30 back where it started. Then 20 back where it started. And finally 10. You just really cut the deck 4 times, but now you're in stack. So it's just a little point, but what a marvelous little gem to use. All right. I met a guy in Vegas years ago named Lou Brooks, and my God, this guy changed my life. He was so kind to me when I was a kid, and on top of all those things, he taught me that false shuffle. And didn't it look great? Didn't that look just so casual and remarkable? This is such a simple but wonderful idea, and it's courtesy of Lou Brooks, who's no longer with us. Lou Brooks simply came to the simple conclusion that the best false shuffle is a real shuffle that you are unwinding. It's similar to that Max Lukian cut that I just showed you. In other words, if you can remember a pattern, so let's just go 4, 3, 3, 2. There's 4, 3, 3, 2. And you take them out of the box like this, what that allows you to do is any kind of false shuffles, cuts, you can show the cards, whatever. But now if you unwind it, so if you go 2, throw, 3, throw, 3, throw, and 4, throw, you will be back in stack order. So again, little nugget just to use. You can do it in front of them, set it down, pick them back up, and then undo it, or do it before you start and then unwind it. My best friend and business partner, Andy Gladwin, came up with basically what I think is the best false cut in the modern age. It really is the best. I would only ask, if you're going to learn this and use it, that you never tell him that. His ego is, we don't want to add to that, but it's really good. It's called the undo cut. And ironically, what's really funny about it is he did it like this, and it's a wonderful cut in the way that he does it. And then I saw what he did and made it infinitely better with that two-handed thing. And I remember showing it to him and like the blood drain out of his head when he was like, really? But anyway, I think Luke Germain has come up with something similar as well. But credit to Andy on the undo shuffle. I'm going to teach it to you now. So if you know the typical false cut of winding up, in other words, you cut the top third over with a swing cut, and then a second swing cut, but you keep a break, and then a third one that you put on top. It's a little like a Frank Thompson false cut to unwind it in this way. You can do it with 4 packets or 3 packets. This is a great false cut in and of itself. Harry Lorraine is the one that I learned from doing multiple packets beyond just the 3. But typically you would do 2, sometimes even 3. You would take that bottom packet, cut it to the table, and then cut like so. That's the cut. Andy's innovation is cutting over 1 and 2, and you lay the third one on top. That's 2 breaks, but you're going to protect it like this, and it's just for a moment. And then you immediately go into this. You spread it out, just that top one, by flattening the break and spreading out. This is the lower packet. And I take them and split them between 2 hands, right? So you have right and left. This is the top of the bottom. This is the bottom of the bottom. And you throw the bottom of the bottom and the top of the bottom, and you can alternate like this. Now this is the middle of the deck. I spread the middle out and take bottom of the middle, top of the middle. And now this is the top. I take bottom of the top, top of the top. And if you lay them down in these alternated sequence, you get this great moment where you say, look, you can actually see the cards mixing together, and then you push them. So you push them this way and then this way. And I'm telling you, what looks cooler than, doesn't that look really haphazard and useful? It's the undo cut by Andy Gladwin. Years ago, I had a linking ring parade. That's the Linking Ring magazine. They do a parade on a featured performer, and I was really young when I did it. And of all the tricks that I put in there, the one that seemed to catch on is called the Ose Trilogy. J. Ose came up with perhaps the most indelible false cut that there is. I have some problems with it, but here it is. Okay? It's a classic. I think it's very good once. I think you can do this one time in your set. I don't think it withstands any scrutiny. If somebody thinks they're watching the top of the deck and they watch what you do, they're going to instantly see what's going on. But it deceives the eye, no question, and it's a great one to have in your toolbox, right? You cut from right to left. Whoops. You cut from right to left, and you pick up from right to left, and that just puts the cards right back in order. The problem with it is it's a little too linear. You cut this way and you collect this way, and people might be able to follow that. So I came up with what I call the Ose Trilogy. And the Ose Trilogy looks like this. Now that is laid down linearly but picked up haphazardly. And of course it maintains the order of the stack. And what's cool is there are many different patterns. So there's a one-handed pattern, looks like that, and there's a throw pattern. The throw pattern looks like this. So it looks like you throw a packet into the middle. And all of those use the same exact throw and just a different pattern to collect it. So here it is. It looks like you lay out 4 packets in order, but you're actually changing the order as you lay them out. And it's quite simple. You hold the deck face up but towards you, so they're still seeing backs. You're going to cut over 3/4 of the deck, but instead of taking that 3/4, you're going to take the bottom of the deck. So you take the bottom of the deck, set it to the left, then you take the top quarter, kicked over, set that to the right of the first packet. Now you kick over again, half and half, and you take the bottom and the top, and you set them down like this. That's the order that you need the cards to be in. So it's bottom of the deck, top of the deck, third, and second, okay? So when you collect them, there are 3 ways to collect these packets. I'll show you, the first one is the leapfrog. That's cutting from here to here. That's top to 2, 3 to 4, and these on top. And that, of course, completely saves the order of the cards. Again, here's what it looks like. You put the top, the bottom, third, and 2. You cut over, you cut over, you cut over. And that really looks shuffled, okay? Here's the other one, the one-handed version. That would be as you're talking, you skip over, you come this way, and then you come back this way. It just looks like you're picking them up in a random order. And finally, if you jump over this packet and then come back but hold a break, pull it in towards yourself, you can pick up this packet and toss it inside. And I think that looks really good too. And that's 3 false cuts for the price of 1 with the Ose Trilogy. During the pandemic, Harry Lorraine announced that he was doing a live lecture. And I thought, wow, I gotta watch this lecture because I like Harry Lorraine and I wanna see what a 93-year-old lectures on. And sure enough, he did something that was really pretty interesting. He did a false cut that he says he's been doing for years, but that he never published. So truly, if you weren't attending the Ring 50 Washington, D.C., or it might have been Atlanta, club lecture, Zoom style, with Harry Lorraine, you would have missed this false shuffle. Now I will tell you, it's pretty modest. It's just this. That's what he did, okay? It's a little in the hands, just kind of a flowy little thing. That's what it is. But I took this and I ran with it. And I'm going to show you a bunch of patterns with this that I think are really cool and useful. I do them in my evening show, which is in the other room. And I will show you what this is. So first let's get the basics down and then I'll show you all the things you can do with it. So all that you do is you're going to spread over a packet of about 1/3 of the deck into the right hand. And you take it with fingers on bottom, thumb on top. Now you take another 1/3 of the deck and you spread it very loose, hugely out-jogged. I'm talking like half the deck. Then you take the remaining third and you go under for just a beat, and you slide out that top packet with the bottom again, which makes no sense, but it looks good. And then lastly, you take the original packet on top. Now, if you just do that flat, I will tell you this doesn't look very good. But if you add some wrist flair into it, just flicking at the wrist, that looks really pretty good, right? And that's where Harry Lorraine stopped. He didn't put those kind of wrist panache in it, but I think you need that to make it look good. But here's where we start to go crazy with this. If you get to this point in the false shuffle where you would be putting this on top, if instead you turn the right hand face up and put these cards on the table, you can repeat the whole thing with less cards and put these cards on the table, and repeat it with less cards and keep doing it in a diminishing packet until you have no cards left. That looks great. That opens up all these possibilities for being able to really just be talking. And I hope you notice that through all of these false shuffles and cuts, the one through line is I never look at my hands. I really never look down. It's all about engaging with people without having to look at the hands, and you get this to the table. Now that you've mastered this false cut with the table option, look at this. You can do the same thing but with the other hand. So when you come out, you can put these cards, that's the bottom of the deck, face down. So now you can do it that way. Okay. This is the best iteration of this utility mixer that Harry Lorraine taught on that session and that I've expanded into this. It's putting the face down version that I came up with, the face up version I came up with together in a cutting sequence. It would look like this. So you do it once, you do it twice, you do it 3 times, you do it 4 times. But now you cut and all of that is false and maintains the whole order of the deck, okay? So what you're doing is you're doing the utility mixer, but laying them down in a sequence a little bit like the Ose false cut that I showed you that allows you to pick them up in a nonlinear fashion. So all it is you do the utility mixer and you drop the bottom portion of the deck to the left. Now you do the utility mixer, but you drop the top portion to the right. Utility mixer, bottom portion to the right, and the full utility mixer to the right of everything. That means that's the top of the deck, that's number 2, that's number 3, and that's number 4. So if you now grab here and go to here, you just put the top 2 portions of the deck together. That's the bottom 2 portions of the deck together. That's top on the top, bottom on the bottom, and you're done. Years ago, I saw Leonard Green do his card act, and one of the more arresting parts of the act is that he's doing all of these kaleidoscope cuts, which to his credit, all they were patterns he memorized. He would memorize exactly how he put cards on a table in a way that you wouldn't think any human being could remember, and he would do them and he would undo them. Looked amazing. There's one small problem with that approach, and people have tried to simulate it over the years to much lesser effect, and that is the same problem I told you about with the Ose false cut, which is people can detect patterns, even complicated patterns. So if they see, let's call it more than one time, you cutting in a row and collecting in exactly the same way that you picked them up, I think they pick up on it. So I'm going to show you my foray into this wild cutting section. But what I want you to notice is that when I cut these cards into a haphazard pattern, I do not pick them up the same way that I put them down. I can pause here, but when I pick them up in a totally different pattern. I even forget a packet which I throw into the middle, and that, my friends, is the fractal false cut. Cool, right? This is not going to be easy to learn, but it's going to be easy to learn on video than in the book, because in a book you're just so abstracted. Here you're going to be able to follow along with me. This is a tricky one to learn, but once you learn it, it's like riding a bike. You will never forget it. And all it is this. You cut forward. You're holding the deck in front of you. You cut forward with half the cards. Now each time from here on in, both hands do the same. They leave half on the table and they take half. You lift half. You cross the hands over each other and you drop, And the way I like to think about it is these are rows. This is the first row, this is the second row. So you've just left them in the second row. You uncross and leave them in the first row. And now you leapfrog over to row number 3 and you leave them down. Okay? I'm going to show you that laydown process one more time. From row 1 to row 2, cross to put in row 2, uncross to put in row 1, leapfrog over everything into row 3, and you stop. Here's what I'm talking about with the picking up in the same order. All the other cuts, including Leonard Green's that I know of, he now would stop here for a second and then pick these back up. This is where he stopped, and undo it. And I'm sorry, but I think that if you do a bunch of complicated cuts and you end here and then you uncomplicate those cuts, it can be followed. What you see me do is I drop these packets last, and now I pick up 2 seemingly random packets and I go backwards. But this is picking them up and putting them back in a different order. Now let me show you the putback so you understand. I cut forward, cross over, come back, and come forward. To undo the cuts, I take, from my perspective, inner left, and I go to the middle right. And as soon as I'm done with that, I cross over outer right to inner right. And as soon as I'm done with that, I cross over to center of the first row. Then I leapfrog over and go to the left of the middle row, then to the center of the middle row, and now you've got a choice. This packet goes here and then everything goes on top, but I never, if I can help it, pick that up. Instead, I come back and keep a break like this. And I do this cut in such a way that I never look down, and now I look down and notice I've left a packet up. You'd never narrate this, by the way. That would be crazy. But you look down and you notice you left one out, and you pick it up and you throw it into the middle. My friends, this is in some ways the ultimate false cut, because I just don't see how anybody could possibly follow something like this. If you pause here, tell your story, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have you pick the card, but you're going to put it in the card box. You understand what you're doing? Good. All right. I'll have you start with the deck. That looks really haphazard, but I still haven't shared with you the 2 most important things. The first is the rhythm, and the second is why I call it the fractal false cut. We haven't even shared the coolest part about this. But here's the rhythm. The rhythm, when you're learning it, looks like this. Very studied, samey, each hand. But you don't want grids. You do this so you learn it. You learn the rows like that. But you don't want to use it like that because that looks studied. Instead, watch me do it now, and I'm just going to have my hands 1 second off of each other, and I'm going to vary up the rhythm. So instead of cutting at the same time, I cut like that, and that looks way, way, way better. And do you notice here, the packets are not in a grid, they're kind of all over the map. So now when you're collecting them, it looks so much better. Now let me share with you why I call it the fractal false cut. If you do the same things that I've just told you, but you heavily favor the last packet, my friends, you can stop and do this again. And you can do it again and again and again. You could do it even more times. There's 16 packets on the table right now. But now when I collect it, you're doing the same thing that you were always doing, but you did it twice as many times. Now I've got a big table, you won't always be able to do that, but you can just keep going and going with that pattern and keep cutting till you run out of cards. It's the fractal false cut. Here's a really interesting partial deck false shuffle. And this is based on the work of a lot of different people. It's a pretty standard thing, but I've got a really cool joker's dodge, and it would look like this. Let's say you're ready to protect a partial stack, which is used in a lot of the tricks that I'll be explaining in this video and also in the book. So that's partial stack. What I mean by that is a half stack. So what you would say is, do me a favor, shuffle up these cards for me, and you take half and you let them genuinely mix the deck because this is the part you're protecting. And they shuffle, and you say, by the way, were there jokers in the deck? There should be 2 jokers. Okay, there's one there. And do you shuffle as well? Do you mind? Let's see, where's the other one? Ah, it's here. Would you shuffle that half? And that's it. So you have this idea that you are having two halves shuffled and you remove the jokers as you go through, but what's really happened is you've only had half the cards shuffled and you've snuck this packet unshuffled right through the meat grinder, so to speak. So what you do is you have two jokers near each other in one half of the deck. And that's the deck that you pass out for shuffling. So you don't know exactly where they're going to be, but they're going to be in the top half of the deck. And when you go through, you say, great, you've shuffled these up. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. And oh, we want to take the jokers out. One there. You take one out, but you let the other one stay in. And now, here's the move. You put this packet face up, side jog to the one on the table. You turn everything over. You take what's now face down, which is the original top half of the deck, into your left hand as you immediately move this packet over out of the way like you're done with it with the right hand. And you say, and is there a joker in? Oh, yeah, there's the other one. Who wants to shuffle this half? You'll be great. And now you move on. And now it looks like you've shuffled the two halves together. And then, of course, when you're done, you can say, look, we're going to mix yours into mine. And let's begin. And you're done. The last thing that I want to say is about attitude when you're false shuffling and false cutting. And I think you're anticipating what I'm going to say, but I'm actually going to say both what you're thinking and maybe something you're not thinking. Shall we talk about it? Yes, I think the obvious thing to say is attitude's really important. And for the most part, as you see during the performance clips, my attitude when I'm doing any of these false shuffles is casual. I'm not looking down, I'm not looking at my hands, I'm just mixing the cards. But I want to say that there is a time and a place for the opposite of that. And I never hear this talked about. I have truly never heard it in the magic literature. And that is presenting your false shuffles. There is something to be said for doing the exact opposite of what we're trying to achieve by making it not a big deal that we're false shuffling, which is make it into a big deal. Hey guys, I'm going to teach you a couple of shuffles. So you all know the overhand shuffle. People use this in card games, and that's great. But I want to show you something called the group shuffle. Would you take some cards, and would you take some cards? And now I do my group shuffle, which is in the book, and you can learn it there. But it's a group shuffle that we're doing with people. But I make the shuffle the subject. I make the shuffle the point of the matter. Or I will say, you know, in casinos, they don't just cut cards one time. What they like to do in casinos is they cut cards multiple times around because it's way more effective that way for the eye in the sky to see it, right? I want to give the cards a shuffle like this. This is how kids cut cards when they're little, before they even know how to shuffle cards. It's a big mess, which is really great if you're trying to get disorder, right? Is bringing attention to your false shuffle. And I think a mix of that plus a casual attitude is the right angle to take. So that concludes our masterclass in false shuffles and cuts. It is time to jump into the material.
We begin with chaos. If you think about it, every card trick you've ever seen is about finding order in chaos. This, of course, is chaos. Cards are shuffled. But let's not take my word for it. Let's make sure you understand that these cards are shuffled. There's something called a casino wash. This is where you mix the cards like this. Would you guys do that? And let's take some of these. And would you mix these over here? Just mix them around. And would you mix these? Yeah, that's good. Oh, you've got a delegate? Oh, you look left out. You can shuffle one too. Just, oh, he's doing it. He's just mixing the one card. All right. So there's a term I love. There's a term I love called persuasion. And the idea basically is, in a few minutes, I hope that I'm going to do some things that will really amaze you. And if I do, a lot of you will think, well, there's only one way that could work. The cards must be in a particular order. But now we know that's not the case because you're persuaded that the cards really are mixed. So to begin, let's work on a little warm-up exercise. What's your name? Yeah, Simon. Simon, you didn't help during the show. No? You helped. So, oh, you picked the credit card for Chris. Okay, you'll be perfect for this. So just say stop. Here, I guess. This will be your card. Would you, Dan, hold on to it and show it around? Here's where this gets interesting. I'm going to sleight of hand proof the pack by, oh, this should still work, by placing it inside the box, slide it in face down, and I can't change the order of a single card because they're all in the box already. Now, just like an athlete has to warm up before a big race by stretching, just like a singer before a big concert sings the scales in the dressing room, I have to warm up before this performance. So you're going to help me. I'm going to count to 3, and when I do, you are going to call out the name of whatever card you stop me at. When you do, I will reach into my pocket, the Wild West draw. I will open the box, I will sift through all the cards, and I will pull out the one that you mentioned. Are you ready? 1, 2, you're going to call it out on 3. 2, it's just like that scene in that movie Tombstone. Have you seen that movie? With Ringo, and he tells Doc Holliday, I was just fooling about, and he goes, yeah. I wanted to be a cowboy when I was a kid, not a magician, so help me live it out. Say, Josh, I was just fooling about. I wasn't. 1, 2, 3, 5 of dot. We are warmed up and ready to begin.
We're going to talk through the different sets that I did. And of course, it goes without saying, you don't have to do all of these tricks together. You can pull them apart separately. In fact, in the book, I have very neat sections of the 3 shows that I've done. I've done each of them in the close-up gallery at the Magic Castle over the years. But I didn't do the exact sets as you'll read in the book on this video because of factors that I've decided on last minute. Like I do an evening show where there's some memorization, so I didn't want that one in the thing. I do a multiple selection in the evening show, so I wanted to not have that in the same set. You're going to change these things around. Of course it's interchangeable. But what's less interchangeable is the fact that I think whatever memorized deck set you do, if you're going to do multiple tricks based out of a stack, you really owe it to yourself to find a way to have the deck shuffled in the beginning. So I'm going to show you one of the 3 ways that I use before any memorized deck set to get into my memorized deck, okay? There are 2 more that are going to be explained in the book, but this is the one we're doing for this video project. And it's a trick called fooling about. Put simply, overview is you force a card with a shuffled deck, put it in your pocket, pull out the force card, and then take out the memorized deck from your pocket. Simon Aronson has 2 or 3 wonderful tricks in his book along these lines, and it predates him by a long way. It's a classic beginner's trick. I've got a couple little subtleties that I'll take you through now. So you have 2 decks, identical boxes, and in one of those boxes you have a shuffled deck. Now again, I will say this yet again, don't bring a knife to a gunfight. If you are bringing the decks, why wouldn't you take every advantage? I have shorted in this deck my force card, the 5 of diamonds. You don't have to. You can call it out in the room in the moment, but why add that to your stress? And then the second one is a deck in particle system, okay? And it's going to be cut at precisely the force card, and it's going to be placed inside that box with the flap tucked so that the card is between the flap and the edge of the box so that it's separated. In this little thumb notch, if you put your finger right there, you'll be able to pull that card right out. And that goes in the right side pocket of your jacket, okay? So that is deck number 1. This is deck number 2. Now, the little subtlety that I came up with, it's funny how things develop, and I'll tell you the failure that led to this solution is I have a little subtlety that occurs. You would have seen it in the show footage where I apparently rip the box and get a little hung up on the fact that it's ripped, and then later kind of revisit that rip for a second. It's not a big moment in the show. I don't vocalize any of it, but that is a ruse to show that these decks have not been switched, so to speak. So it's on a subconscious level. So I rip 2 boxes in exactly the same way. Okay, so this one is in my pocket. And what happens is I don't see it when I take the cards out of the box. I let people see all of the cards are there. We talk about chaos and order. And then I have them shuffle. If it's a formal group, I like the wash shuffle because it's the most visible to them, but you can do any kind of shuffle. Fun bits of business I picked up along the way. I get this person involved, I get this person involved, and then I look as if this person, you feel left out, sir, you can shuffle that card. And if they go along with it and just mix the card like this, it's funny. And so we mix all of these cards together, and now I'm going to coalesce all of these cards and immediately get that 5 of diamonds under my control on the face of the deck. And I do that by squaring them all up and giving them a cut until I feel that click. I just felt it, and I know the 5 of diamonds is now on the bottom of the deck. Now I'm going to do a Charlie Miller force. This was in Mum magazine some years ago. I keep a break. You could do like a classic force in the hand, but I just love getting somebody involved who's far away. And you just look at their mouth as you go through the cards like this, and you do a timing force, and they say stop. And what's great is you don't have to get anywhere close, because as soon as you lift your thumb, you get to put it right on the force card and say, great, does this one work for you? And there it is. I show the card. I have him hold on to it. And now I say, to sleight of hand proof the pack, I'll place the cards inside the box. And this is where I discover it. Ooh, whoops. Oh, yeah, it'll still work. That's all I say. I don't sell it any more than that, but I make sure everybody sees it. And now they put the card in the box wherever they like. And now you set up the premise of the trick. You close the box, you put it in your pocket, you say you're going to count to 3. It's going to be a Wild West draw, and you're going to pull the card out. And this is based on, I guess, also the Harry in your pocket routines from Darwin Ortiz and later Andrew Wimhurst. And of course, when you put them in the pocket, I put this box behind the one on my right side between me and the outer deck, which is the memorized deck. And now you count to 3, and of course you're going to pull that 5 of diamonds out. Did I not get that? There we go. You're going to pull that 5 of diamonds out of your pocket. And what's interesting about this is the timing of when you bring the deck out. So I show this card, we are warmed up and ready to go. And I take it out as I sit down and throw it on the table. And now, in the offbeat of that moment, I take the cards out of the box, and now I kind of look like, what have I done? And I just let them see that, and that's it. Just those 2 seconds before and 2 seconds after really cements that it's there. Now you take this card, drop it on top of the deck, start your false shuffles, and now you are working with a fully memorized, marked, crimped deck that you've just had fully examined and shuffled by a spectator or 2 or 3. Okay, so I'm warmed up. It's time to warm all of you up. And to do that, I need a card. This time, Dan, will be your card. Now, what's interesting about this is I want to keep this card in total mystery. I don't want us looking at it at all. So, same as before, call stop. Right here. We'll leave this card in mystery. You won't look at it, and I won't look at it. I'm going to try and find the mates of your card, Dan. So, for example, if you pick the 5 of diamonds, I would find the other 5s, okay? Let's see. So, tough warm-up exercise. I'm going to go for kings. That's 13, 8, 7, 19, 4. That should be the first one, king of diamonds. Doesn't mean I think you picked the king of diamonds. It means I think you picked a king. You see how the game is played. King of diamonds, here's the next one. 1 cut, 1 card should be, yeah, king of spades. So we've got the diamond, we've got the spades. They don't really care so far. I'll keep going. 1 cut, 1 card. That's the king of clubs. So the diamond, the spade, the club for the big finish, and then we really are all warmed up and ready to begin. That's the king of hearts. Whoops. But actually, those are the 4 aces. Now, the next trick that I did in this set is die Vernon's matching the cards. This is such a great trick. I mean, this is truly in the pantheon of all-time classic great card tricks, a top 5. I mean, it's just got everything going for it, a surprise ending, a change nobody sees coming, a pattern that develops and allows you to break. I can claim no originality for this trick, not even for the way that I handle it. The order takes care of everything for you, and we are doing essentially die Vernon's magic. Now that said, you are going to learn an awesome utility to replace a sleight that nobody should be doing once they know this newer version. So let's begin the way you would probably begin in stack origin, which is ace of hearts on top, ace of clubs on the bottom. And the way you get into this trick is you cut 2 cards from bottom to top. Now, before we get into the trick, let's go over the sleight that I'm talking about. That way when we get into the trick, you'll be all set. This trick uses a slip cut, right? Something like that. And the slip cut is a move that doesn't look very good. Alternatively, people use the double undercut, which looks like this. You get a break on one, you cut, and you cut again. Also doesn't look great. What I am telling you is, Alan Ackerman developed the most brilliant replacement for the double undercut, and it looks like this. That's so much better than a slip cut or a double undercut. It's just that, and I use it over and over and over again. It's great for stack work because you're very often adjusting 1 or 2 cards from the deck. And all it is this. You hold the deck, you kick over half, or it looks best when it's like a third of the deck, but you let them see a thickness. Your right thumb pad goes on top, and as you go to take this packet out, what you actually do is 2 things at the same time. The thumb pad slides that card out as the right finger puts that packet back on the deck. And if you do those things at the same time, it looks pretty good. But the last thing that makes it look great is tilting as you do it, this tilt. So you kick over, let them see the side, put your right thumb pad here, and as you go down, that's it. So it's there and done. That's it. So that's to get any card from top to bottom. Now I had to come up with a replacement to get the card from bottom to top, because sometimes you're going to want to do it from bottom to top, and this simply won't work with cutting over all the cards. So the replacement from bottom to top is simply this. Under the pack, almost like a glide, you're going to push over 1 card. We can use any card. You're going to push over 1 card until it engages with the pinky. And at that moment, same thing, you're going to turn down, and as you turn down, you're going to push all the cards over and come out with that 1 card which you slap on top, okay? So it looks like that. That's to get a card from bottom to top, and this one is to get a card from top to bottom. No breaks, no get ready, no weird action that doesn't really simulate a real cut of the cards. It's a much more natural, instant way to make those cuts. So with that said, let's talk about matching the cards. Once you're in stack origin, you need to cut 2 cards from bottom to top. So I'm doing 2 of those cutting actions, which is going to put the ace of spades on the bottom where I need it to force. So we're going to use that same Charlie Miller force we've already gone over. You have somebody call stop, maybe right there, and you say, this time I'll place the card down. I won't look at the card. I don't want you to look at the card. None of us will look at the card. I will try and cut to its mates. And now you are ready to cut because everything is set up, king, ace, the way you need it. So the first one is any false cut that you like. Boom. And now you get the first king. So we're going for kings. This one you have to do a top change on just because of the order of the pack. So you say, I'm not saying you picked a king. What I'm saying is, or I'm not saying you picked the king of diamonds. What I'm saying is you picked a king. And you do the top change and you lay the card down. And now you're into matching the cards. This is standard stuff. You need to do a slip cut and a double, a slip cut, a double, a slip cut, a double. So we say one more cut, and you just did that Alan Ackerman double undercut replacement. You get the next king. That's a double. You deal it down next to the king of diamonds, so they believe. You do another simulated double undercut, and you do another double lift, and that's the third king, king of clubs. So you've got the diamond, the spade, and the club. And now this will help with your reset. Just cut 1 card from bottom to top and spread the cards on the table. And now that's the last king, the king of, whoops. Well, now we really are warmed up and ready to go. And that is one of the great endings in all of card magic. It's 60 years old or more, and it's just still so perfect. It's such a perfect magic trick. Let's talk reset. Now that you've cut that card from bottom to top, you have your black kings on top and your red king's on the bottom, you just have to put the aces between them. So I scoop the diamond on top of the heart, flip them on top as I get a break on that first king, and immediately slip the diamond beneath the 2 cards above it, and that puts me back in order 1, 2, 3. Now I buckle the bottom card to get a break, and I take this ace of spades and act like I'm doing shoving it into the middle, and instead put it second from the bottom. And then I take the ace of clubs and do the same thing, act like I'm putting it in the middle, but really put it to the bottom, and you're done.
Okay, now I found 1 card. I found 4 cards. Let's get a bunch of different cards to make this interesting. Terry, right? We'll start with you. Say stop. Already at the a little deeper. Right there. Okay, that'll be your card. Remember that card. You got it. And would you pick a card? Say stop. That will be your card. Okay. Remember that card. Hi. You were laughing at Christopher the whole time. Now it's your turn. Get a card. Okay, this will be yours. And say stop. Haven't I put you through enough already? And last one. Say stop. Okay, that'll be your card. Got it? I'm going to try and find everybody's card with a different trick depending on the card you picked. So, first one. What was your card? Jack of Spades. That's the Jack of Spades. That's one. All right, that's the Jack of Spades down. Now I'll try and find 2 at the same time. What was your card? What was your card? Okay. That should be 2 cards. That's Queen of Clubs. Get rid of those. Okay, I'm going to try and find your card next. Look, your card just left the pack. Spun around 18 times around Dan's head, and it landed under the box. Look at this. There is a card under the box. Nobody noticed, but there's a card there. Wouldn't that be cool if that was your card? What was your card? Turn it over. Yeah, I said it would be cool. I didn't say I could do that trick. I mean, that's hard. You said it was what? Two of diamonds. Really? 2 of diamonds. Really? Look again. That really is your card. Your 2 of diamonds. All right.
Do not put a card in my drink.
Okay. How about under your butt?
Yeah.
Stand up. Check it out. It's under his... No, it's not. It's But that was the misdirection. Now it really is under the box. Now it's under the box, and I'm not kidding you. That really is your card this time. Show it to him. Yeah, there it is. Look, I found all 5 of your cards with a different trick, as I promised, but now is the part where I got all of the cards at the same time. You're so busy watching, you don't notice that that's your 2 of diamonds, your Queen of Clubs, your 3 of Hearts, your Jack of Spades, your Queen of Spades, but now the deck is gone because the big trick is that the whole deck is under the box like that. Thank you.
Memorized multiple selection. This is a routine that I based on a Guy Hollingworth trick with 3 selections. I used it with my Prism deck for many, many years, and then I realized I need a multiple selection in my work. And if I could do one out of a memorized deck, there are so many advantages to it, but also multiple selection routines really make use of shuffling and moving cards around. So if you can come up with one for a memorized deck routine, that would unlock a lot of great potential. And that's what I've done. It's a multiple selection routine that itself is kind of an act. You have 5 cards chosen, 5 cards found, and then at the end you have a reprise where all the cards go under the box in this pattern you've set up, and then the whole deck goes under the box. Now, in the scheme of my larger show, I use this bell. And this bell is kind of fun throughout the whole act. Every time I find a card, I have them ring the bell, and then at the end, when I'm doing a memorize routine, they're flicking the bell each time we do it. But we'll leave the bell out for now just to go over the routine. So when you want to get into this anytime, anywhere, you start in stack origin and you pick up the box as you get a break on the top card, and you act as if you're just closing and fiddling with that box, and you steal a card beneath it. Now, little pro tip just from doing this for a long time, if you go to set this box down and you've loaded that squarely under, so much of the time that's going to happen. A little portion, or if you're unlucky, a lot of the portion of the card is going to show. So I recommend you cheat it. You steal it out and then you push it out a quarter or a half an inch this way and set it down like this. It'll flash to you from the back, but now you're guaranteed a tight edge from everybody else. Especially in a formal setting when we have 30 people watching, that's a nice thing to do. Now, I don't want to force the top 4 cards of the deck because they just look a little, I don't want to force these particular cards. So I get a break beneath 4 and cut, keeping the break to put it in the middle. Again, you don't have to use my stack for any of these tricks. This one works with any stack. Now you're going to do an Aldo Colombini fireworks control, which is also a force and control, which looks like this. You lift up at the break and you force the first card, which is the Queen of Spades, but in the act of showing it, you're going to get a break beneath it. Put those cards back and you say, would you like to pick a card? Say stop. That'll be your card. Excellent. And would you like to pick a card? Say stop. And you're going to keep doing this through the Queen of Clubs, the 3 of Hearts, and the Jack of Spades. And the Jack of Spades is the last one. You put the cards together, and now you give a cut and control it to the bottom. And now you say you're going to find every card with a different trick. What was your card? And you ask the most recent person what card they picked, and they will say Jack of Spades. I'll take you through the revelations I use, but you can use any ones you want. The first one is a revelation of mine that I put in Magic Atlas years ago. It's called Dribble Location. When I came up with this move, it's meant to simulate pulling a card out of a spread. At the time, 25 years ago, I didn't think it was humanly possible to grab a card out of a spread. Now, lots of magicians literally practice pulling real cards out of a spread. It's not reliable. This one you can't miss. This one's very easy. In fact, you have to build in a miss to make it believable. So they name Jack of Spades, which you know is already on the bottom secretly, and you sort of say, I'm going to dribble these cards, and I'm going to, reach in and try and grab your card. And now, the anatomy of your hand, the middle finger is a quarter inch longer than every other finger. So what you want to aim for is you want to have your hand under, and you want to dribble the cards so that they hit your middle finger and only your middle finger. And if you do that, as you're dribbling, you're going to move forward and then back out. So it confuses visually the issue. You go forward and then out, and it's going to look as if you snap that card somewhere out of the middle of the deck. That's your Jack of Spades. Ding, that's the first card. Okay? That's Dribble Location. In the book, I use that over and over for different revelations. You take that Jack of Spades, you put it on the top of the deck, and you act as if you cut it into the middle. It's just a false cut. Now you're going to cut one card from bottom to top using that double undercut replacement that I taught you. And now you're going to use any false cut you want to do Reinhard Mueller's 3-card catch, but you're just going to do the 2-card catch. So all that happens is that you do cut here, 16, 18, 13, 3, and 5, and I find 2 cards. That's your Queen of Clubs and 3 of Hearts. Okay, so all that's happening there is you're throwing the deck, and the inertia is going to take all the cards between, but not these 2, and then you can show those 2 cards. So you put them back, number 9, which is the 3 of Hearts, number 8, which is the Queen of Clubs, and you apparently lose them in the deck. Now you cut 1, 2 cards from bottom to top. Those are the remaining 2 selections. And now we're going to do Guy Hollingworth's basic structure for the card to box routine, which is just so wonderful and gets such a great reaction. And this is all Guy. So you ask the next person what was the card that you picked, and going in reverse order, they will say the 2 of diamonds, and you say, wouldn't it be cool if it flew out of the deck, around these lights, around your head, and landed under the card box? And as you do, you get a break on one card, which will be the Queen of Spades. You lift the box up to reveal a card. Now that's your dummy card. You put that there in the beginning of the routine. That's the top of the deck, the Ace of Hearts. And now you slide it over and you say, go ahead, turn it over. And you just kiss the top of the deck, stealing that card, and put it back. You're getting set up for the next one. They turn it over and it's the wrong card, and you say, yeah, wouldn't that be cool? I didn't say I could actually do that trick. Man, these guys are so hard. And you do the top change, right? But if I could do it, it would look like this. And you turn it over. Big reaction, right? Simple thing, but like big moment. I didn't say I could do that. Give me that card. And you do a top change at some point. You change that card. And now we're going to get into the reset in the middle of the trick. This happens sometimes in Mem Deck Magic. You have to remember, if you want to get back into order, to do another top change here. As you say, you know, I feel a bit bad. I messed that up. And now this is the Ace of Hearts again. You're going to riffle till you feel the Ace of Clubs. It'll be right near the bottom of the deck, and you just insert it. What you're doing is you're just making it so there's no finicky downtime after the trick is over. When the trick is over, you can go right into your next thing. I feel a bit bad because I said I would get the card under the box, and I haven't yet. Of course you have, but you haven't shown them. Now you're going to get a break under 4. Boom. And you say, what was your card? Queen of Clubs, or Spades, I think. Yeah, Spades. And now you spread it over this way. You steal 4 cards under the break. And now you say, go ahead, you turn it over. And they do, and yes, we really did get the card. And now you're still one ahead. And now you pretend to put it in the middle, but actually you just put it right to the bottom. And I keep a break above that card. And I say, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your cards, each one found with a different trick. Let's bring it all home, because now I got every single one of those cards under the box. And you just let them see there's a pile. There's only 4, there's meant to be 5. But what happens is you spread forward like this, steal the whole deck above the break. As you set it on this side, and I say, I grab these, and now I say, because look, that's your 2 of diamonds, your Queen of Clubs, your 3 of hearts, your Jack of Spades, your Queen of Spades. This last card, to make it go in order, you put it under the spread, so now they truly are in order. But now the deck is gone because I got the whole deck under the box. And now the routine is over. The reset is nothing. All you do is you put these on top, and you are ready to go into your next trick.
So whenever I do close-up shows like this, people always start with the weirdest theories. Like they sort of say, if I had you pick a card, well, I know how he does that. He's looking in the reflection of the irises, or in your case, like in the glasses, right? So give them a cut, Dan. So instead, I'm going to ask you to think of a card. And you understand the difference, right, between thinking of a card and picking a card. If you pick it, even when I put it back in, I might be able to control that card. But if you're thinking of it, there's no control, there's no influence on it. Are you thinking of one? You guys notice that the cards are on the table before he announces what card he's thinking of? They've been shuffled by you, by me, but now it's fixed. I call this trick the critical moment, and I'm going to get serious for a second because this is the most difficult part of the whole evening for me. What card are you thinking of? You can tell everybody.
7 of Spades.
7 of Spades.
Yeah, I swear to God.
I haven't done it yet. Now look, I said I call this the critical moment. It's different in every profession. Every profession has one. A critical moment for a cardiac surgeon is after the surgery when you're reattaching the valve, right? If you get that part wrong, the patient dies. Sorry to bring the room down. I love basketball. If you're at a basketball game, critical moment is when there's 1 second left, down by 1 point. You've got the ball. There's no time to call a play or a timeout. You shoot it. You win. You make it. You miss it. You lose. He's just thought of a card. The cards are on the table. I'm going to turn away so that I'm not even so much as looking at the deck. I'm going to try and cut to 1 card. 1 card. How did I do? Who's this? You sit down.
Okay, we have arrived at the moment where we're going to talk about cutting to any named card. This is a big subject in some ways, and in other ways, it's real simple. It's among the strongest things I do. I always think that Haunted Pack is a hard one to top for just sitting around a table doing a card trick, making the cards move by themselves. But in terms of psychologically powerful material, putting cards on a table and cutting to them is about as good as it gets. I always dreamed of being able to do this, and I think this tool allows you to get there. I'm going to jump in with the two ways that I do it. I have two presentations for it, and then after that we'll talk about how to get a spectator to do it, okay? So basically, you're going to cut using the crimps to get as close as you can, but always estimating over the card. So what I mean by that is, somebody in our crew here, name a card. I didn't tell him what to say. Say any card.
3 of diamonds.
3 of diamonds. So she's just named 11. What a great example to start with because it's a basic one. So you know there's crimps at 10, 20, 30, 40, and 52. She's named 11, which makes this easy as pie. I would turn away, I would build it, build it, build it, which is very important, but for now let's just talk mechanics. And I would simply cut to the first break, which is 10, and then you get 11, 3 of diamonds, right? If she had said, let's say 3 of hearts, that's 9. That's 1 off from the crimp, but it's 1 under. I can still cut at the crimp. At the back, I have lifted just barely, 1/4 of an inch, and now I can riffle 1 card, because I've got 10 and I count backwards. So if I'm going to 9, I would riffle 1. If she had said 8, Queen of Clubs, I would riffle 2. 10, 9, 8, and I would lift, and I would say, how did I do, right? So let's just do another example for fun. Let's suppose she said 15. Once again, you're going to cut to the next biggest crimp, which is 20. This is 20. And you're going to riffle off counting backwards. So you're going to go 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, and you lift. And when you lift, that should give you, and you can check by the marks, 15. Okay? You can decide whether you want to put it here or on the table. It's up to you. If you miss by 1, you still have that out because you can check the marks. Okay? So let's keep going, and it's hard for me to understand all the ins and outs, but that's basically it, right? Is you're just going to go past it and then riffle up to it. So name a card.
7 of hearts.
The 7 of hearts, that's 25. So let's cut to 30. This is 30. And then let's riffle to 25. So we'll go 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. And I lift, and this should be the 7 of hearts. Okay? Let's take some of the tougher examples, okay? So I've helped you out if you're using our particle pack. The tougher ones are 44 through 52 because at a certain point you have to cut from the bottom of the deck up, and it's easy. I mean, I say tougher, it's not tough, but it just means you're going to have a situation like this. That doesn't look so amazing, right? So if somebody names 3 of clubs, I've got my king of diamonds, which is second from the bottom, that I can show that it's got the 3 of clubs in the hand. If somebody names 5 of hearts, that's 17, I can show the ace of spades with the small print, and so on and so on and so on. I usually don't like the aces to be cut, and if they are cut, I will cut them out of the deck in a different way because nobody wants to see me do that, right? So those are basically the examples of how I cut to the card. Now, I want to talk about presentation. Because the trick is over so quickly, take it from somebody who's been developing and doing this trick for 20 years. You can't do it too quick or you ruin the impact. In other words, if you just go, do me a favor, name a card, and you don't sort of frame this as something special, I promise you it's going to be received as very unspecial. So the 2 presentations I use, I want to take you through why I do them. The first one is I say it's the critical moment. And you saw in the presentation, we don't have to reiterate, I give 2 examples of the critical moment in other fields. And I build it up. I make a 10-second trick, 60 seconds, and I think that's needed. So let's take this from the top. If I was doing the critical moment, I would say the cards are on the table before you name the card. Could somebody name another card?
9 of spades.
9 of spades, so that's 18. So then I would say, this is the critical moment. The cards are on the table. I have not touched them. I'm going to turn away. And now I make a big deal that I can't see the cards. I'll cut at 20, and then I'll riffle up 19, 18, and I'll lift. And now I can check here to make sure I'm right, and I'm right. How did I do? and you lift and you show 18, okay? Here's the other way that I present it. And this is what I call the 3-act structure, and it looks like this. I say, Pulp Fiction, Star Wars, Apocalypse Now, Hamlet, Harry Potter. Do I have your attention yet? Aristotle observed that many of the greatest stories of this age and of any age have a simple 3-act structure with certain qualities that are always the same. And I thought it would be cool if I could create a card trick around that same 3-act structure. So we begin with the prologue. The fate of the world can change with a simple cut of the cards. Would you cut the cards? And you ask somebody to cut the cards, and they do. And now we begin by asking the main character to reveal something about themselves that sets the plot in motion. So would you, behind the camera, tell us when you were born? You don't have to do the year, just the day of the month. July 10th. So 10, in a sense. Now, the main character makes a decision that gets the plot rolling along. Would you name any card in a deck?
The 10 of hearts.
10 of hearts. 10 of hearts is 37, of course. And now I say, in Act 2, the hero emerges. Hi. I'm going to try to cut to your card. And now I turn away. I won't turn away, but you understand the idea. You cut at 40. That's 40. And now you riffle up, 39, 38, 37, and you say, how did I do? Right? Get the card. And you say, do me a favor. In Act 3, we're going to go back to the same place we started, but with new information. So I would like you first to just cut the cards. And now they cut the cards, and they complete. Now, of course, by you cutting the cards, you change where we are. You change the position of every card in the deck, and that's exactly where you cut. And in Act 3, we revisit the choices of the main character, but now things are different. You were born on the 10th, you said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the 10th card of the deck. You named a card, and that's it. Okay? And all you're doing there is using all of the principles of the particle system in one. She names a card and you cut to it. You know you're going to eventually go for 10, so in the downbeat, during the applause, you spread the cards out and you're just going by the marks to find 10, and you act like you lose that card in the deck. But now we're going to be taking advantage for this last part of the Super Crimp. And the Super Crimp is on the bottom of the deck. You know, that's the ace of clubs. That's the one that you've put the mark in the deck this way. And this is the one you're going to try and get the spectator to cut. So what I say is, I would like you to cut the deck. And as I gesture, I cut the deck for them, centralizing the Super Crimp. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get the spectator to hit that crimp. So the card's 10th as long as you're in stack origin. So now they cut, and either they're going to cut to the Super Crimp or they're not. If they don't, what do? Great. And would you cut the cards? And would you cut the cards? And now at some point, if nobody's hitting it, you're going to hit it. You're just going to reach in and you're going to do the dirty work, and now we're off and running. Okay? But what's more than not going to happen is they're going to hit it right on cue, exactly as you need it, and you can make a big deal. That's where you cut. Now every cut of the cards changes the position of every single card. You said you were born on the 10th. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's number 10, and that's the thought of card. So that's called the 3-act structure. I do it a lot that way, but not in a group. That's when I would do 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, okay? Now, let's put this card back. Let's talk about how to get a spectator to cut to their own thought of card. This took me a long time to develop, and I'm very happy with where it ended up, but you should know it doesn't always work. So unlike the other one, and I told you in the critical moment you really have to build this up to get impact, my advice to you is not to build up getting them to cut to it, because let's call it 1 in 5 times, they're just not going to be able to hit it, because I've said this before and I'll say it again on record. Spectators are stupid. They're so dumb. They can't do anything right. They don't do things. No, I'm kidding. They don't know they're cutting to a crimp, so you can't rely on that when you do it. So you just have to be flexible that this may not work some of the time, but you're always going to make it work, so no big foul. So let's take it at after you've cut to whatever card you've cut to. what you do is you pick up the deck and you cut the Super Crimp to the top. Ace of clubs is now on top. I don't typically rest with a Super Crimp on top because you're a little more vulnerable because that card is wavy, but it's going to be fine for the short second that it's on top. You say that you're going to train them. That's important because the way you situate this, you do have to do some training. So what I do is I say to somebody, think of any card, and when you are ready, name it aloud. So Andy, name any card.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds. Perfect example. 6 of diamonds is 23. So what I will do is I will cut to 20 under the guise of the example, and I will say, here's what's going to happen. You're going to cut a packet of cards, and you're going to turn over this card. Not this one. You don't care about that one. And now you do that simulated double undercut by Alan Ackerman to position the Super Crimp on the face of the packet in your hands. Okay? So I'll do that again for you. 6 of diamonds, great. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to cut, like less than half the cards. This is the card you're going to cut to, not this one. You want to go for the one that's on the table there. And now I've got this one situated where I want it. And you're going to turn this card over. Now you're not going to turn over like 2 cards. Oh, that was close, right? You can comment, 6 of hearts is close to 6. That's close. But you're not going to turn over more than one, just the one. You understand? And now, look, I'm just going to turn over cards until I get to the card that they're going to cut. So I know it's 23, so I cut 20, I get rid of 21, I get rid of 22, and now I know my Super Crimp is right on top of 23, because he named 23rd card. I put them on top, and I coach them. I make sure that they're cutting from the ends, and I let them cut. And they're either going to hit it, or they're not. Okay? So, boom, he hits it, or let's say he doesn't. Let's say he... keep hitting it. Let's say he misses it by a lot. I can see he misses it, and I say, great, and take a look. See? It's kind of hard. Do this with me. Go down, and you give them one more chance, and you hope they hit it. In this case, he has. But if they don't, at some point you got to go, watch this. I won't even look. And you cut, and there's your name, 6 of diamonds. Now the reset on it is you put the card back, you put any that you removed back there, you do the same double undercutting action like this to put it back on top, and you're all set. Let's do another example just so that you can understand, because I know many people bought this whole project just to be able to say, I want my spectator to cut to a named card. So let's do another one. Super Crimp on top. Andy, name another card.
Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts. So Jack of hearts is a great one because it's 41. This is where it gets fun. And you guys, we're going to have so much fun jazzing and improvising with a memorized deck. If it were me and he named Jack of hearts, I wouldn't worry about the Super Crimp because that's 41. It's right next to a crimp on its own. I wouldn't touch anything. I would say to him, do me a favor. I want you to cut, 3/4 of the deck. And I would just take my chances that he's going to hit 41 on his own. Okay? If you didn't want to do that, just to be complete, let me show you how you'd position the crimp. You already know this. In a moment, I'm going to have you cut to a card. Okay, you're going to cut anywhere you like. You're not going to look at this card, you're going to look at this card here. And now you do that simulated double undercut to put the Super Crimp right next to the Jack of hearts. In this case, you don't have to turn over any cards because he named the first card after the crimp. And now he's going to cut right to that Jack of hearts. You're going to cut it back to the top, put the Jack of hearts in, and you're done. Let's do one more just so you can keep getting, this is helpful, I'm sure, to you, to how it goes. Name another card, Andy.
4 of spades.
4 of spades. Okay, so this is an interesting one because this is 2 before the crimp. You know the crimp at 40 is the 4 of clubs, so the 4 of spades is 38, okay? So let's do it. You're going to cut at 30, boom, and you're going to say, you're not going to cut at this card. What I want you to do is turn over this card. You're going to turn it over and boom, it's going to be the 4 of spades. Now, I don't want you to turn over like a bunch of cards like this, right? You're going to turn over just the one card because it's cheating if you turn over more than one. So I got rid of all the cards. There were a lot this time to get to 38. Now you drop these on top and you say, go ahead, cut a little more than half. And you hope that they cut right. Now here, he missed. I missed. That's okay. Put it back. Go like this and cut right. And here, I missed again. I've got the Super Crimp here. But when you notice that the Super Crimp is here, if they miss, you pick it up and you do a double lift. Boom. And now you turn it into a success. Okay? Alternatively, I have done before where I pick it up and I say, you not only found the card, you changed it into the Ace of Clubs. Well, I mean, he thought of a card. He tried to cut to it. I mean, that would be crazy. That would be like changing it. What card did you say? Turn it over, right? So you can jazz within all of these handlings and scenarios to get what you want. All right, I hope that's been helpful to you. I will tell you that most of the time I cut to the card myself, just as I did in the show, and then I move on. That's what we're going to do now. I'm going to have you shuffle some cards up, and I want to give you about half the cards, and then we'll share with some other people. Take these cards and mix them any way you like. But I'm going to mix the cards as you're mixing the cards. Go ahead. Mix them. Good. And when you're done shuffling, pass them to this gentleman. Sir, I would like you to cut them at the same time I cut them. Good. And complete it. And pass it to our poker playing friend there. I'd like you to give him a very fancy tabled riffle because I know you like. No, I'm kidding. Any kind of mix you want. Would you just shuffle them? That's good. And you notice every time they mix, I mix. They cut, I cut. This is important. Would you pass the cards down to this lady on the end? Okay, you mixed, so it's now your turn. You're going to give the cards a cut and another cut. Yes? You did that? What's your name? Myra. Myra, stand up. They will give you a big round of applause. Come. Myra, join us. You're going to sit in the hot seat. Yes. Myra, you will be great. Have a seat. You're going to do this for us. Take your packet. And here's the idea. What we're going for here is a coincidence. You shuffled as I shuffled, then you cut, then you shuffled, then you cut, and I was doing the same. Take whatever card you cut to the top, that's that one, and deal it face up on the table. Yeah, go ahead. 6 of hearts. I got the 6 of diamonds. Those are 2 red 6s. These are a match. But here's where it gets crazy. Deal with me into a pile right here as fast as you can. Are you ready? That's a match. 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 Keep going as fast as you can. Every single card. Moira, you're doing great. That's a match. That's a match. That's a match. Every single card a match. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. Years ago, Ose Perlman put out a trick called Perfection, and full credit to Ose Perlman. He is really a working magician who understands the impact of what really makes for great magic. And all the tricks he does are hard-hitting because they have to be in the environments he's working in. And I always love this trick, but if you use this trick, you know it takes a whole deck. It's its own deck. You have to keep it in your back pocket. It's got short cards. It's got all the stuff that you need to do this one trick. And so to bring this back to where we started, I told you my goal with the particle system, and I use the word system there with purpose, was to take tricks like that. That, yeah, I love that trick, but I don't always carry a separate deck around to do that 1-2 minute trick. That trick's now built into the particle system. So little cosmetic changes, and there's a way you have to get into it, but it is basically a total coincidence type 2-deck matching routine, but with one deck and just brute force method. You're just going to switch packets, and that's all you need to do. And amazingly, everything you need is built into this Swiss Army knife of the particle system. So here's how it works. You can use this as a closer, and I have done many times just that. But there is a trick after this. You saw it in the performance, and that is useful because this trick, which I call sequenced, permutates the stack in just the way you need it for one further trick. But let's think of this like a closer because it's strong enough to be. All you have to do to get ready is up jog and down jog, alternating pairs of cards. So let's start here. You would down jog the ace and king of diamonds and up jog ace and king of hearts. Down jog queen 2, up jog queen 2. Down jog jack 3, up jog jack 3. And because if you just continued this way throughout the whole deck, you would have all the hearts and spades here and all the diamonds and clubs here, I think it's a nice idea to vary it a little bit. In other words, at one point, up jog the diamonds and clubs and down jog the hearts. That's up to you. That's just a small little touch, but it makes it a little nicer. So you're going to keep going, up jogging and down jogging. You're essentially making 2 duplicate sets of a stack, which is a really nice thing built into this stack as it is. And you're going to stop when you get to the 9 of clubs. The top 20 cards are not affected by this. So you just up jog all of those cards together. And by the way, I don't hide this. I let them see. I say, I'm going to sort through these cards and try and give you an even amount. That's all you have to say. You up jog all of those cards and you snap them out. So what you've got is you've got 2 packets of exactly duplicate cards that match the whole way through, and 1 packet that doesn't. This is just about to be shuffled, okay? So as soon as you come out with this packet, snap, I put them on the deck here, and then I use, to my advantage, that crimp at 20, and I say, do you shuffle cards? Would you mix those up for me? And I let them shuffle the cards. Now, if you don't use the crimps as I've shown, you would just keep a break when you get to that point and cut the break out, okay? Now, I say, I'm gonna mix as you mix the cards, right? And so I do the Chilli Shuffle. I might throw in a false overhand shuffle. I like the O-Ank shuffle at this point because it's nice with a small amount of cards. You can do a couple tabled false cuts. You can do a Frank Thompson false cut. You can do Andy Gladwin's undo cut. And you do any false shuffles and cuts that you like as the deck is passed around, and I try to get it to somebody on my left as they shuffle and they cut. And so I say, and would you cut? And here I need to get back to stack origin, which is the ace of clubs on top. And now I'll spread through and say, did you shuffle? And what I'm looking for is king ace. I need to get to the center point of my stack. There's king ace right there, and I get a break. So I've now got a break between 2 completely matching stacks of cards. Are those shuffled? And you shuffled and you cut, and now you just create some confusion. And I like to get the person up and have them sit in my seat. And the moment they pass me, that's when I do the only move in the whole routine, really, which is a kind of packet for packet switch that looks like that, okay? So they're holding these cards. These are the ones they shuffled. And I say, and would you have a seat there? And when they pass in front of me, I just do that. And please hold on to your cards. Now, if I can't have them pass in front of me, I just do it under cover of misdirection. So who shuffled these? You shuffle, you shuffle. Oh, you didn't shuffle, you cut. You cut the cards then. Okay, doesn't matter, take these. And now you take the cards and they take the packet into their hand. The only other thing that you have to do is get rid of this top packet. I do that with a classic pass as they deal the top card to the table under my instructions, okay? So they deal it and I deal it and they are matching. And from here, we show the next one's a match, and the next, and the next, and the next. I used to call these out name by name. That's an 8, that's a 6, that's a 9. But because I now follow it with a kind of encore piece, I don't call out the names of the cards or people are going to notice a pattern. And instead, I just say that's a match, that's a match, that's a match. Now, they're going to run out of cards first, and you will have cards left over. And I can be honest, when I first purchased this and started doing Ose's routine, I was very uncomfortable. I thought this was like a flaw in the routine. Like, why would I have extras and they don't? But it doesn't matter. It's like so not a problem. I just, once it gets to the end, I give applause for them. I throw these on top and you're done, okay? And that's sequenced. And let me tell you, this is not a memorized deck trick. We're doing it out of the particle system. But remember, I only call it the particle stack when it's about memdeck. This is simply a trick built into the system itself. This is no memorized deck. We are just using the order of the cards to make this work. That's the end of it, and you're done. And you mix those cards. All right, let's do this. Who have we not? I don't think you have shuffled yet, have you? So would you mix those? I want to do one last thing, and I don't want to sound pretentious when I say this, but I want to do a mystery for you. And the reason that I'm not calling what I did previously mysteries, I call those tricks, I call this a mystery, is because I've based it on a very well-known mystery. Lily, have you shuffled yet? I don't think, like in the beginning, so just mix those, that'll be fine. I've based this on the mystery that is the most famous Sherlock Holmes mystery. It's called The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. Is anybody familiar with this story? It's a pretty famous one. It teaches us about how the absence of evidence can be evidence. So let me explain. There's a burglary at a house, and there's a guard dog at this house, and it barks every time somebody comes near. But the night that it was burgled, the dog didn't bark, and everybody misunderstood this except Sherlock Holmes. He was able to reason that if the dog didn't bark, it means that the assailant must have been familiar with the dog. It didn't scare the dog. That's how he knew it was an inside job. So the absence of evidence, the absence of the bark, was actually the evidence. So we're going to use that right now. I'm going to mix these cards together, and I will have you, as the cards go by, just touch one. This one right here. Are you sure?
Yep.
I want you to take this card out without looking at it and slide it into that box. Lily has taken something from us, a card. Now, she didn't look at it. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm going to put it over here, though. You didn't look at it, and I didn't look at it, and nobody here saw it, which means it's a total mystery to all of us. But I hope to demonstrate that the absence of evidence, the fact that it's not here, we can use to solve this crime. So I'm going to attempt to memorize all these cards, which after the finale that you saw on the show is a lot of memory work. So I want you to count out loud 1 1,000, 2 1,000 to 5 1,000. Okay? Slowly. Here we go.
1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000.
Okay. This will keep us honest, if you could please, so that you don't have to say yes each time. I'm not going to go for suits. We'll just go for value right now. If I get it right, give me one of those, okay? Right is if I say the right card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what the card is.
Well, I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Yeah. Promise you this job is way easier than what I'm about to do. You got this, Maddie. I believe in you. Okay. I'm going to look away and see if I can get this. Okay, here we go. That's an 8. That's a 6. 9. Then 9. Then a 5. Then a 10. A 4 and a jack and a 3 and a queen and a 2 and a king and then an ace and then a 6 and then an 8 and then a 7. A 7 and an 8 and a 6 and a 9. Then there was a 5. Not a jack, a 10, a 4, there's the jack, a 3, a queen, a 2, a king, and the ace. How am I doing so far, man? Okay. I'm going to try this a little bit faster. Here we go. A 9, a 5, a 10, then a 4, jack, a 3, a queen, a 2, a king, an ace, a 6, an 8, a pair of 7s, yes? Then an 8 and a 6 and a 9, a 5, a 10, a 4, a jack, a 3, a queen, a 2, a king, an ace, a 6, a diamond. But when I was going through all these cards, we only named 3 10s because there's one in the box. I could be wrong, seriously. I think it's the 10 of spades. Reach inside, show us what you stole from us. Mystery solved. Thank you, guys. If you followed along this far, you know we are now at the encore piece, the last trick in the show. And to do that, you end here, which is where there are 2 heaps of cards of the cards matching. And what you do is you get a break on the shuffled packet, you put these on top, you put these on top of everything, and you assemble the deck, keeping the shuffled parts separate from your, I don't want to call it a half stack because this isn't your original part of your memorized deck. This is a permutated part of the stack. This is its own thing. And what I say is, I set these off to the side. There'd usually be a box on the table. and I would set the stacked portion on top of the box, and I would say, who shuffled? You haven't shuffled yet. Mix these cards. And now I set up the story, which we won't do here, but what a marvelous story this Sherlock Holmes thing is. I love sharing it with people. An artistic distortion is I don't use the actual title of the story because it has nothing to do with anything. It's called like the silver something, I forget. But I call it what it's become known as, which is a curious case of the dog in the nighttime. That's what the topic is about. So now we're going to do one of those little subtleties where they're shuffling these cards. You really did mix these? Great. And now you say something else about what you're doing, and just like I already taught with the Joker dodge, you put these side jogged on top of the cards, you pick them up, you do a swing cut, and you say, so that's what we're going to do is try and solve a mystery. By the way, have you shuffled? Then you shuffle the other half. And now you let them shuffle those cards. And then when you take them back, you can either do my group shuffle, which is this thing where they go like this and I go like this and you strip them out. I think what I did last night was I took these back and I said, great, we'll shuffle yours into his, and now you're done. Okay. Now, in the book, I teach how to do a curious incident of the dog in the nighttime with any memorized deck. And in fact, many years ago, I used to do this out of Aronson's stack. This is the one trick I'll be sharing with you where it really helps if the order is truly random, which is not the case with my stack. So it's one of the few tricks that I had created with another memorized deck in mind that didn't translate so perfectly. So I'm now going to show you some of the things we can do to make it translate more perfectly, okay? So the first thing is shuffling off the top 4 cards of the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4. I get rid of those 4 cards because there's just kind of an ugly part of the setup with 2 7s that'll appear 4 times. So you just get rid of those, okay? And now you say, you are going to take something from me. And you just make sure you spread past the first half of the deck and you say, go ahead, as they go by, just touch one. They touch one, I spot the markings. If you don't want to use mark cards, you would have to do a glimpse here, but I don't have to. And you put that inside the box. And I know that card is the 4 of diamonds, and I just remember that. 4 diamonds, 4 diamonds, 4 diamonds. So now you talk about the absence of evidence can be evidence. All I have to do is remember all 51 of these cards, and by deduction, I'll know what that one is. And now you do a fake memorization of all of these cards. And now you're going to break the number 1 rule of memorized deck magic, which is you never call out the order of the deck and let them know you memorized it. I think all rules are meant to be broken if you know why you're breaking them. They shuffled thoroughly at the beginning. They would have just seemingly shuffled the whole pack. I think you can do it. In the presentation I use, they use a bell to call out each card. You can use that or not, that's up to you. And so now you're going to recite this permutated order. The permutated order is exactly what it sounds like. It's half the stack. It's the stack without the mates. And it's also 2 sequences of cards running in opposite order, ace to king and king to ace. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's not difficult to remember it, and if you ever get caught, you can compute your way out of it because there is a formula, and it works like this. The top 2 cards are 8, 6, so you're going to call off 8, 6. But now, after 8, 6, it's going to go bigger and smaller. So after 8 is 9, after 6 is 5, or before 6 is 5. So 8, 6, 9, 5, then 10 and 4, right? 1 down and 1 up. Then jack and 3, then queen and 2, then king and ace, right? But you don't read it in pairs. This was a tip somebody gave me. They're like, I never would have picked up on that pattern except you made it so obvious, because you don't go 8, 6, 9, 5, 10, 4. Instead, you vary it up. Okay, we started with an 8, and then there was a 6 and a 9, then a 5, then a jack, not a jack, a 10, then a 4, and then there was the jack, then the 3, and then a queen, and then a 2, and then a king, and then an 8. And again, you don't stop at the ace, even though that's one of the stacks. Now we're moving into the same pattern you just did. You're going to do it again. You do an ace. Now, when you shuffled off those 4 cards in the beginning, that helps here so it doesn't make the pattern so obvious that it's repeating. So now you start with a 6 and an 8, and then a 7, And then there was a 7 and then an 8 and then a 6 and then a 9 and a 5 and a 10 and a 4 and a jack and a 3 and a queen and a 2 and a king and an ace. How am I doing? And you stop there for applause. And here's the first switch. You're going to switch all the cards you just called for the shuffled cards that you're now holding, and you're going to read through these cards again. But it's going to seem like you're reading through the second half of the deck. So you just build up some speed and you go, how am I doing so far? Big applause. Here's the move I've come up with to switch these cards. It's a real simple move. There's no sleight, but it takes care of a lot of things at the same time. Buckle the bottom card. Take all of these cards as a scoop. You don't hide it. I'm not trying to show that these cards are one. This is under applause. You're just putting cards to the side. You use all these cards as a scoop. At the same time, you go down with this hand on the bottom of the deck like this. Okay? And you look at this card. It will change, but you look at this bottom card. So it's 6 of hearts. As I scoop, I just grab the top 2 cards of the spread. It's always going to be 8 and a 6. And I scoop into my hand and I flip everything over. And as soon as I do, I take the cards in my right hand and set them aside. That's the switch. Now you just put aside the cards that they really shuffled, and you're going to read off again the same cards that you just read off. But you got rid of the top 2 cards. It would be very suspicious if the top cards were an 8 and a 6 again. But now you're starting in the middle. Okay, we had a 9, and then it's a 3. No, not a 3. Then it was a 5. A little faster now. Stay with me. And they're dinging. And you go a 10, a 4, a jack, a 3, a queen, a 2, a king, an ace, a 6, an 8, a pair of 7s. Then it was an 8, then a 6, then a 9, then a 10. No, it's a 5, then a 10, then a 4, then a jack, then a 3, a queen, a 2, a king, an ace. I think there was a red 6 after that, 6 of hearts. But in all of these 51 cards, there were only 3 4s. I think that card is the 4 of diamonds. Take it out, show it around. That's the show. And that's the last one. And thus ends a curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. This has so many qualities that you want in a final routine, building up momentum and naming cards, and a seemingly very difficult skill. And what's amazing is this packet is shuffled. These cards are still in an order that you could use for a number of tricks in the particle system. The only problem you run into is I don't think you can follow this trick dramatically. Like, I think that the tricks that you can do with this order, and that I know a lot of you will go, there's still a red black and there's still a 14-15, and yeah, they're all still there. But I don't know how you go from a big trick like this to a small trick like some of those. So this brings us to the end of the first set that I did for you. I hope you see how these tricks work together and how the orders change. You notice how we go from stack for the first few tricks, we keep it. Then we alternate it to get into sequenced, and then sequenced gets us right where we need to be for this trick. And I hope you'll use it, and thanks. All right, now that I'm warmed up with my fingers, I want to try and warm up with something where I don't even so much as touch the cards. Here's what we're going to do. In a moment, I am going to have you two work together on this trick. I'll go stand over there and watch TikTok. And while I do, you're going to cut the cards. Now, you can cut shallow, you can cut deep, you can cut wherever you want. But wherever you cut, Mel Bryan will have you do the cutting, okay? Wherever you cut, so you can cut shallow, you cut deep, you're going to lift the cards, and then I want you to turn over whatever card he's cut to. You're going to turn it face up, and you're going to remember it. If you guys see it, great, but you're going to remember the card. And then I want you to drop these back on top to sandwich it in the middle of the deck. Do you understand?
Sounds good.
Okay. I'll be back here watching TikTok.
Bucks Pacers game 3 just wrapped up. The Pacers pulled it out in overtime.
You guys about ready?
Yeah.
Will you put the cards in the box just to cover them up? You got them in the box? Okay, this is the part where a magician would come back over, take them out of the box, and then manipulate them. I don't want to do that here. I want to try it long distance. Now, I'm not a mentalist, so I'm not going to tell you what card you cut to. But if I had to guess, there's red cards and black cards. I think it was a red card. that right?
It's right.
I mean, okay, cool. That could be a lucky guess. There are number cards and picture cards, but I think this one is a number card. Holy shit, this part never works. There's a number card. Now, it could be high or it could be low, but I think this is a high number card. Is that right? I did that. 8 of diamonds? I mean, I don't know, but that just seems kind of amazing because I'm all the way over here. Now, let's just recap a second. You cut wherever you wanted, you turn the card over, and you put it somewhere in the deck, right? Watch this. It's 32. No, it's 31. You put it 31st from the top of the deck. Look. You cut wherever you wanted.
Right.
I read your mind and told you it was the 8 of diamonds, but then I told you put it in the deck at 31. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. That's 31, and that's the Whenever anybody asks me what I think the greatest card trick of all time is, that's a tough question to answer, but I always say, I think the best card trick invented in the last 30 years, without question, is Ben Harris and Steve Shufton's X-Ray. First time I saw this, somebody demoed it for me in Tannen's, the magic shop, and they had me take a deck of cards, cut anywhere I wanted, turn over that card, put a deck on top, put it in the box, and from across the room, they nailed the card and where it was in the deck. Floored. The method was so great, so smart, but it had, if I may say, a huge flaw in that it wasn't guaranteed to work. I mean, I just am completely unwilling, even for the greatest card trick in the last 30 years, I am unwilling to do a trick that has a risk of failure because I don't want to be embarrassed, even if it's 1 in 5 times. So I thought, not an Aronson stack, not an Monica, but a certain stack might be able to fix that problem. And if I ever created a stack, I would build that trick in, and it could be useful. So I realized that the exact method that X-Ray depends on, which is crimps at certain places in the deck, allows you to do so many other things. And it's really funny, I talk about this in the book. I thought, I will build in X-Ray, and maybe I can use those crimps in other ways. And I had it backwards. Having a crimp at 10, 20, 30, and 40 opens up limitless possibilities for a million things, as you have seen in this video and in the book. There's so many advantages of having those tactile markers dividing up the deck that X-Ray becomes just the bonus. So this is a trick that you are going to love having on your Swiss Army knife because you can do it anytime, anywhere. You cut to stack origin, and it's great. But here's the best part. You have X-Ray, but now you have something that X-Ray never had, which is guaranteed great trick, even if it doesn't work. Okay, with that preamble done, let's talk about X-Ray. To start with, let's talk a little bit about one of the most amazing things about Faroing a particular kind of new deck order, which is the particle stack, is that the cards at 10, 20, 30, and 40 are what we call ideal fishing cards. And what I mean by that is that these 4 cards are perfect for fishing. So if I say to you, you could cut to a red card or a black card, I think it's a black card. You're going to get a yes, guaranteed. But fishing is all about when, as soon as you get a no, you know what it is. So then I would say, because 3 of the 4 are number cards, I think you cut to a number card. 75% of the time, they're going to say yes, and that's 2 yeses. If they say, no, it was a picture card, you go, wait. Oh, I see it now. It is a picture card. Jack of spades. As soon as you get the no, you know. Now you can say, you could have picked a low card or a high card, but I think you picked a high card. And they say, yes, you know what it is. If they say, no, you know what it is. And if they say, if they hesitate or ask, and you can stop them and say, I consider six of spades a high card. Done. That's just luck that they all work like that. That's not X-ray. That's the mark cards. The cards after each of the mark cards, when I say marked, I mean tactile marked, also are perfect fishing cards. It just works. So, as you heard, I say, I think you picked a red card. They will say yes if they cut to one of the crimped cards. I say you think you picked a number card. They will say yes if they picked one of these three. If they say no, I know it's the Jack of hearts. I then say you picked a high card. If they say yes, I know it's the Eight of diamonds. And in our performance, they picked the Eight of diamonds. If they say, that's like when I did it, I think for Andy at the table, he cut at the Six of hearts, you instantly will know it's the Six of hearts. If they say no, it wasn't a high card, it was a low card, you know it's the Three of diamonds, okay? So in a sense, I'm going to give you some more detail because I love this trick and there are details worth talking about. But you get the idea, right? You tell people to sit down. If you're doing it for one person, you can give the instructions like you saw me do for Andy. The best is with two people, because two people, you put them in somebody's hands, and they have a much better chance of cutting to the crimp when they have it in their hands. You say, you're going to be the cutter, you're going to be the taker, and then I usually say the gag, you're going to bury the body. And then we come back, and they cut anywhere they want. The next person turns over that card, they put those on top, and they put the rest of the cards in the box. So what's cool is you stay across the room. I'm not even going to touch the cards in this trick. I'm not a mentalist. So what I say is I'm not a mentalist, I'm a magician. So I can't tell you what card you picked. That's for the out. That's in case you can't tell them what card they picked. You're always going to be able to tell them where it is, but you may not be able to tell them what it is. So that little line at the beginning is basically outlining you're not going to tell them what card it is. So if you do get it, it's even better. I can't tell you what card you picked, but I am feeling a red card? Yes. In fact, it's number cards and picture cards. This one is a number card. Yes. And it's a high number card. Well, I mean, I consider the Six of hearts a high card. That gets a big applause, you got it, but that's not the trick. The trick is that and here's the next point, you're going to recolor what happened. You're very specific about dropping the cards back on top so that you sandwich that card in the middle of the deck. That's what you say when you're giving the instructions. But when I give the instructions back to them later, what I say is you cut to a card, any card you wanted, and then you stuck it somewhere in the deck. You cut it somewhere in the deck, yes? Well, that's true, so they say yes, but I make it sound like they cut it somewhere in the deck, and I've had so many times people misremember and repeat back the trick to me where they say, you did that trick, we cut to a card and then we cut it anywhere we wanted in the deck and you still knew where it was. That's the power of being able to relitigate, reorchestrate how the trick is remembered. So now you take the cards out of the box. Because you have a stack you want to maintain, I spread them face down like this and I count over like this without changing any of the positions in the deck until you get to, in this case, 21. So it'll always be 11, 21, 31, 41. Now, let's talk about some other things that may happen. You may get somebody who riffles up and absolutely does not cut to the right card. But you're still going to have an out because when they put it in the box and they do it, you're going to say it's a red card. Yes. In fact, it's a number card. Yes. It's a high card. And you say, yeah, it's the Eight of diamonds. No? Wasn't the Eight of diamonds? I told you, I'm not a mentalist. I'm a magician. What was your card? And they say, Seven of diamonds. Interesting. Seven of diamonds. So you cut to the seven, and then you cut it somewhere in the pack. Yes? And they say yes. You see, all the way from over here, I'm going to try and feel for where you position it in the deck. That feels like 27. And now, count, and you get 27. So you see, the memorized deck becomes your backup so that when X-ray doesn't work, when they don't cut to the crimped cards, you still have an out, which is an amazing ending of finding where in the deck they cut that card. Okay. It's time to gamble. I'm sorry that you guys haven't gambled before, but let's do, this is the trial by fire, right? Do you know the rules of poker? Can you give those a cut for me?
Yep.
Do you know the rules of poker? No?
Not really. No.
Mel Bryan?
Which
Poker?
version of poker?
Oh, well, Josh's poker.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
I would
Maybe.
hope not, because if you do, that would be freaky. I'm going to teach all of you how to play Josh's poker. The great thing about Josh's poker is there's really only one rule, and I will show you in a moment. But first, we need to get somebody picking a card. So, Francesca, that will be you. Just say stop as I riffle through.
Stop.
That will be yours. Can you remember that card?
Okay.
You guys are helping remember? Remember? Okay. And give him a cut. The only rule in Josh's poker is that whoever has Francesca's card wins the money. Okay? So we'll deal out the cards, we'll deal out the whole deck, and whoever has your card wins the money. Sound fair? Let's get our money out. No, you don't have to take out your money just yet. Here's the dealing. The dealing's a little unorthodox. I deal one to myself and one to Francesca, but then I deal one to myself, and then I deal one to Mel Bryan. Then again, one to myself and one to you, and we continue in this fashion throughout the whole deck. What some of you may notice, the more observant of you, is that I get twice as many cards as my opponent. That, my friends, is why it's called Josh's poker. I get twice as many cards as you. Whoever has your card wins the money. So, for example, we're going to look at our hands in a second. If you happen to have the card you saw, which I didn't see, I give you $100. If you have it, I give you $100. If I happen to have it here, you give me $100 each. I'm glad you find that fair. It's not really fair because I have twice the cards. So let's do this. Let's let them play on the same team. Now it's fair because now we have this. You see the same number of cards? So now you would bet 100, but you wouldn't. These smart LA people. All right. Then I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to give you half again as many cards so that by the end of this deal, you have 3 times the number of cards I have. Now the odds are in your favor. New deal. Just a proposal. You tell me how you feel about it. If it's in your pile, which is substantially bigger, I give you $200 each. If it's in my pile, you guys give me $50 each. You are literally the nicest human being in the face of the earth. Nobody agrees. Don't agree to that. It's a terrible deal. Mel Bryan, what are you doing? This is why you don't gamble. Let me make the deal better. Usually I got to twist arms. Look, I'm going to give you half as many cards. That's a little... In fact, you guys are so nice. I can't take your money. Look, I'm giving you more. In fact, I'm going to give you all but 2 cards. Look, you have 50 cards to my 2. And before we make one final offer, I will show you my 2 cards, and then you decide if you want to play. 2 of diamonds and King of Spades. 2 of diamonds, King of Spades. If you picked one of those 2 cards, you could be in trouble. Any other card, and I got to tell you, you're about to be on easy street. And look, because I'm a gentleman, I only need 1 card. Just the one. Why do I feel like I'm selling you a car? Last deal. If it's in your pile, I give you each $500. If it's in my pile, you give me nothing. Deal or no deal?
Deal.
Deal.
All right, let's play Josh's poker. What was your card?
Ace of diamonds.
I think you mean 2 of diamonds. Was it 2, right? 2. Why do you take such pleasure? Guess what? I win. Thank you. My dream when I developed the particle stack was to come up with a way to get elegantly into new deck order. I know there are other stacks that get into new deck order, but when I studied the tricks that get you there, they wouldn't be the tricks I'd want to put in a formal close-up show. Not when it's short, not when it's 15 or 20 minutes. But you do have to do something to unwind the stack. So this is, in a sense, the sacrifice I made. And I'm not selling the trick very well for you. The Tantalizer, which is a classic of Magic by now, everybody's got a version, is not a terrible trick at all. It's a fine trick. It's just a lot of dealing. Wouldn't be my first choice, but I am very willing to do the Tantalizer, which takes all of 2 minutes to perform because it unwinds the stack entirely in one trick and you're done. You don't have long runs of weird shuffles and switching cards around and partial Faros and anything like that. You get right into it. Okay, with that said, period, new paragraph. Tantalizer, I think I figured it out in the book, I don't remember. It's about 156 deals, right? Because the idea is you deal the cards in 2, then you pick up those, you deal them in 2, then you pick up those and deal them in 2. I've cut out as many deals as I physically can, and I'll show you how. It's a little unorthodox of a trick, but I hope you see that it plays in a fun way. So phase 1 is the start of the trick. You have to force the ace of diamonds. It's third from the top. What a very convenient place for it to be to force it. So I get a break under it. I riffle to it. I force the ace of diamonds. I show it all around. And then I let people cut and cut again and cut again while I explain the rules of Josh's poker. So this is a dealing procedure I came up with because it saves you a whole round of dealing. You don't have to deal twice through, you just have to deal once through. And that starts with you, and then you deal to your opponent, and then you deal to yourself, and then you deal to your other opponent, and then to yourself. And those of you who are observant will notice that I end up with twice as many cards as my opponent. That's why I call this Josh's poker. And so you keep dealing in this way until all the cards are exhausted, and you explain that the only rule of the game is whoever has your card wins the money. So now you just play, right? You're just playing. We're going to look at our hands in a second. Whoever has your card wins. But what I want to pause to say is what you've just done is undone 2 of the suits. You're done. Those are all the clubs in order, right out of stack, right after your first deal. There are your spades. This package, because you kept dealing to yourself instead of in actually 4 piles, still has to be unwound, which you want it to stay unwound so that you can deal again. So now you play around and you say, I'll give you 100, or if it's in my pile, you give me 100, and usually they're like, that's crazy. In the performance we did, they were like, okay, sure. So, everybody's being polite. So eventually you say, look, I'll let you combine your hands, and you put one on top of the other, and now they're even odds, right? You're not convinced. Let me make the deal even sweeter. And now, starting with yourself, you deal again. And what you're doing is you're unwinding the rest of the stack. So all of the hearts are now on top of this deck. All of the diamonds are here. And then I realized that you can fake Tantalizer, so it's not so much dealing, by saying, I'll tell you what, I'll give you half my cards. Well, you just put the bottom on the top of the deck. In fact, I'll give you half again. Again, you just took the bottom part. I'll give you half again. Look, you have 50 cards to my 2. You haven't changed the order of anything. You've just put all the diamonds, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on, all the hearts, all the clubs, all the spades, and you've kept just 2 for yourself. The force card is the top one. This one is not. When I used to do this, I developed this set that you're watching on a cruise ship, the close-up cruise ship, Crystal Cruises. And years ago when I would do this, I noticed that they anticipate where it's going. I think that's the big flaw in Tantalizers. Everybody's going, it's going to be her card. It's going to be her card. So I just throw this in. You don't have to do this. I think this makes it way better. I cut the bottom card to the top, which is an off-suit, off-color card. And now I say, I'll even let you see the ones see my cards before we bet. And I take the top card, that's the ace, the one they picked, and I say, if you pick the 2 or the king, you could be in real trouble now. So it's just a way of showing that card as not the selection before you show it's the selection. If you didn't pick the 2 or the king, you picked one of these, you're in great shape. And I just used that Alan Ackerman move to cut it back. So now, last part, you deal that one last time. In fact, I'll give you all the cards back except for 1. But now I think you're in a much more interesting position because you have shown this isn't the card. So there's a little more drama there. Last deal, I'll give you 500 if it's in your pile, 500 to you if it's in your pile. If it's in mine, you give me nothing. What was your card? Ace of diamonds. No, you mean the 2 of diamonds. No, it should be 2 or the king. Which was it? The 2 or the? Are you serious? Oh, good, I win. And it's just a nice moment, right, to end Tantalizer. But of course, the reason that we do that is that it unwinds the particle system and puts it in new deck order, which is what we're going to use for the next trick, which is Fireworks Finale. Everything that we have done up to this point, in musical terms, you could call a sonata, an etude, a concerto. What I want to close with this afternoon is to show you what we could call a symphony of a card trick, a much more involved, much more difficult thing to do. And to do this, I'm going to ask everybody in this audience, everybody watching right now, to think of a card, the way that I had you think of a card before. Is everybody thinking of one? How many people are thinking of a diamond? Raise your hand. 6 or 7 people. Okay, good. That gives me a head start. I'm going to try to find every single person's card. Everybody who is thinking of a card, don't forget the card that you're thinking of, and I will try and find that card right now. But to make it more difficult, I'm going to take away my powers of sight so that this becomes truly an exercise in sleight of hand. Okay. Are these cards face down or face up? Face down. Face down, good. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to try and find every single person's card in the deck. Now, this would take 2 hours if I went row by row to do it. So instead, I'm going to do the far more difficult task of finding every single card in this deck. This deck that you helped me mix, and then we mixed again. I will try to find the next one. If you were thinking of a diamond, is that the 2 of diamonds?
It is.
Yes.
That goes with the ace. If you were thinking of the 3 and the 4, it would look a little something like this. That's the 3, that's the 4.
Yes.
Typically there's applause there, but I'm going to keep going. You guys are... All right. The 5 of diamonds is a tough one. I think it's about 18th from the top when I saw it last. That should be the 5 of diamonds. Is that the 5 of diamonds? We'll try and find the 6 and the 7 at the same time. That should be the 6, that should be the 7, 6 and the 7. We'll try and find the next one. The 8 of diamonds should be about 19th from the bottom. That should be 8 of diamonds, is that right? Is that the 8 of diamonds? We'll try and make a couple of cuts. That's the 9, that's the 10, that's the jack, that's the queen, that's the 9, the 10, the jack, the queen. We have the 9, the 10, the jack, the queen. We'll try and find the king for those thinking of the king of diamonds. See if we can trap the king of diamonds. Is that the king? But of course, while I was looking for those diamonds, I was doing something else. As we were doing all of these tricks, the card that you thought of, the card that we cut to, going back in time, what I was really doing was trying to reorder these cards. So if you thought of a heart, that's the ace. That's the 2, that's the 3, the 4, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king of hearts. That's the ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king of spades. That's the ace, 3, king of clubs. That's the show. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you both for helping. Thank you so much for helping. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. When I designed this stack, I worked backwards. And I think that was the right thing to do. So if you're designing your own stack, maybe take the advice that work backwards from what are the ultimate tricks you want, and then figure out everything in between from there. What I wanted were 2 or 3 ways of destroying the stack, of ending, that were blockbuster. And you're going to learn both of those, but this is the other one. This is back to new deck order. And so it's a suit location of all the diamonds. So in a way, the prelude that gets you into this position produces the ace. That's the tantalizer trick, 1-card poker. And that's going to get us into this suit location. So this will be a quick explanation because you're going to use whatever revelations you want. Presentationally speaking, I think anytime you wrap yourself in a blindfold that looks so, dramatic and ridiculous, It's a great thing to do at the end of a show. It's very photogenic, and I don't mean that in terms of physically taking photos. I just mean in terms of it's a memorable picture that they can remember. When I have seen people blindfold themselves at the end of the act, that there's something that carries weight with changing that, with limiting one of your senses. So the revelations are whatever you want them to be. I'll take you through a few very basically, but you're going to need to read the book to get everything that you need. So I just do a series of false cuts to produce the first card, the 2 of diamonds. For the 3 and the 4 of diamonds, we are going to use the Fractal False Cut. The only thing that we're going to change, which I already taught elsewhere in this video, is on the very first cut, as you cut forward, you just do a slip cut with the top card. And now you do the Fractal False Cut exactly as I've taught it. And that will give you the 3 and the 4. And what's great is it gives you a little break, leaving 8 packets on the table, which now looks totally haphazard when you collect them. Nobody could think you're maintaining order after doing that. For the 5 of diamonds, I use a wonderful move by Tom Gagnon. It's discrepant, but you do it quickly. What that is you go out with the cards like this, you spread in this way, you immediately come forward with the top card, but covering it with your fingers on top, and then slide it out of the deck. And that's the 5 of diamonds. So, I love this move. You just come forward, you say that's 16th from the top, that's the 5 of diamonds. Okay? You then can cut 1 card from top to bottom and do my dribble location, where you dribble the cards, make a fake pass as if you missed it, and then say, we'll try it again. There it is, 23rd, that's the 6 of diamonds. For the 7 and the 8, you cut 1 to the bottom, and you do a 2-card catch by Reinhard Mueller, and you get the 7 and the 8 of diamonds. And now I use a halo cut. So I cut a quarter of the deck and use a bottom slip cut. That puts the 9 in position. Another halo cut. That puts the 10. 1 more halo cut. That puts the jack in position, and turn all the rest over, and that's the queen. And now you have the 9, the 10, the jack, the queen. And that gets a big reaction, which allows you to pick the cards up like this, keeping them in order. And for the last one, I would typically stand. I won't stand now, and you're going to do a snatch, top card snatch by Leonard Green, which is simply that you get the break, and I can't do it slowly, but you move your hand out of the way as your right hand comes in the path of that card, and you get this action, and it's the king of diamonds. But Leonard's instincts are great on this, that if you do stand up and you do something quick, that gives you a lot of drama. And now, at this moment, you explain, not everybody is thinking of a diamond. I asked you all to think of cards. If you were thinking of the ace of hearts, I got that right, but I also got the 2 and the 3 and the 4 and the 5 and the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king. You deal the ace through king of the next suit, and then I think you don't deal the last one. Instead, you spread, you take your blindfold off, you toss it down. You have done truly a closing piece. You've unwound the particle system, and you say goodnight. Are any of you guys gamblers? Oh, okay. I picked the wrong guy to be on stage. You guys play any gambling games for money? No. Francesca? No. Well, heaven forbid I should gamble a little once in a while. All right. Well, then maybe if you're not gamblers, we'll try something a little differently. Let's leave the gambling scene, and instead, let me take you to the midway at a carnival. So I used to love carnivals when I was a kid. They would come to Canton all the time, and I love the booth where they guess your height and your weight and your age. And we're not going to do that, but we're going to do that through a deck of cards. So I'm going to ask both of you to help out with this. Do you have a handbag? You do. It's over there. Okay, then you'll use the box, Mel Bryant. Okay. Here's how this will work. I will look away, and when I do, I would like you to cut a small packet. We're going to count them, so don't make it like many cards, like between 10 and 20 cards, something like that. Mm-hmm. Small packet, and then I want you to sit on those cards, okay? Sit on those cards. Put them under yourself and sit on them. Yeah, the ones you cut, the small packet, okay? The bigger one would be uncomfortable. Okay, I will look away. You cut some cards and sit on them. Have you done that? Okay, good. You didn't know what to expect at this show, did you?
I wasn't ready.
Okay. Hi. You're going to do the same thing. I will look away. I want you to cut a small packet of cards, and I want you to put them in the box. This box right here. And this box is broken, but it's empty. Okay? I will look away, cut a small packet of cards off, and put them in the box and seal up that box. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to explain to you how I do this as I go. I love the carnival. And what I did was I learned from them how to be more observant. So I noticed and memorized exactly how tall you were when you were sitting here, Francesca. And so now that you're sitting on a pile of cards, I just think about how much taller you are than you were a few moments ago. And I think you're 6 cards taller. Would you take those cards out and count them one by one into my hand? You got them all?
Uh-huh.
Let's count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sit on these cards. Just go put them right back where they were.
All right, there we go.
Okay. You cut some cards too?
I did.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Oh, very light packet, huh? Small?
Yeah.
You put some cards in here at all?
I did.
Okay. I think there are 4 cards in there. Would you take those out, count them into my hand? 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Thank you very much. Stick those back in the box for me. Stick them in there, and then put that box in your lap. I want to take you now from the midway at the guy who used to do the weighing and the guessing and take you to the magician's table. Of course, my favorite table. It was my first interaction with magic. Let me try this. You've got cards under you. You've got cards in your lap. You had 6 cards that you were sitting on. Take those cards out now. Count them one by one. That's 1, 2, and 3. You better take those out. You had how many initially? We said 4. If we moved 3 over, count them face down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Thank you guys. Oh my. Weighing across. When I first memorized a deck of cards, I memorized the Aronson stack. Simon Aronson was a mentor and an idol of mine. And what I observed was that almost every trick that you do with a memorized deck, certainly most of the tricks that he came up with a memorized deck, involve a thought of card, a cut to card, a picked card, right? They're always in service of picking cards. And one of the things in the particle system that I wanted to develop was to be very careful that you don't do a whole set where every trick is pick of a card, think a card, pick a card, cut to a card. You have to find new premises and ways of doing things, hills and valleys. Weighing across is one of the older things that I've come up with. I put this in print, I think, about 15 years ago. And it's a trick that doesn't involve selections at all. It's cards across. Now, why would you do cards across with a memorized deck? Well, for starters, we have stack sustainable tricks and stack dependent tricks, right? So you have tricks within the stack that you do because the stack makes it possible to do those tricks. And you have other tricks in the stack, in my system, that are just there because you get to do them around the stack without disturbing it. In this trick, I actually think that the trick is enhanced because of the memorized deck. And the reason is simply this. Structurally speaking, cards across always has the same structure. It's this. I will count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. Then you make the magic happen. And you count 7 here, and you count 13 there. That's 4 times you have to count cards to show 1, effect has happened. 4 times. That's a lot of counting. I have this term I call effect layering, where what if the effect of a first trick gives you the setup for the next trick? In other words, we're going to do a card guessing trick where I tell you how many cards you're sitting on. And the act of counting them is the climax, right? Instead of saying, count 10 cards in my hand. There are 10 there. Are we sure it's 10? Now sit on those. I say, I think you're sitting on 10 cards. You could have cut any amount that you wanted. And they count, and it's an applause cue. And that 10 cards now becomes your before situation so that you don't have to count each time you do it. I hope that's clear. It's a mouthful to say, but from a structural standpoint, I think that's really interesting to use this effect layering to get there. So with that said, let's go into this. You start in stack origin, you put a deck of cards down. I explain this trick in the book of doing it behind my back, and that's perfect if you're like in a bar and you're standing in there seated. So I'm going to describe it a little differently here because the way you saw it was on the table, but when you do it behind the back, you just get a key card that you move from top to bottom. But this is easier to explain like this. They cut a small packet off any amount they want. If you're using the particle system, they're very likely to cut 10, okay? But let's say they don't. Let's say they cut 11 in this case. So they sit on those cards. You move the deck over to this side, and as you do, you pick up the mark here. I see that there's 12. I know that there's 11 here. Simple. 12, so there's 11 there. Now they cut off a small packet of cards and they sit on them. And interestingly, you don't do the calculation now. Trust me, you'll make a mistake if you do it now because you'll be keeping too much in your head. This card is going to be staring at you. You don't have to worry about it. You can get that mark later. If you're not using marked cards, if you're not using the system that I'm doing, you will simply square these cards and put them aside. And when you put them aside, you're just going to lay them down like this so that you can see that card and get that glimpse later on, okay? But marks work great. As I always say, don't come to a gunfight with a knife. Use the marked cards, and now that's waiting for us. So she sits on the cards. I love this premise. Maybe you think it's silly, you don't have to use it, but I love the idea of I memorized how tall you are. I just have to figure out how much taller you are with cards underneath it. You're 11 cards taller. And she counts into your hands 11 cards. In the offbeat of the applause, you're going to separate 3 as you sort of say, this thin cards, and I were sitting on those cards. And you put them back, and now you put 3 of them in palm. And go ahead and sit on those again for me. So now, this is when you look over, and it's as you're explaining, you do the math. So I see 24, 8 of clubs, 24, and all you do is you subtract 11, the number of cards from here, from 24, so that would be 13, and subtract 1. Always have to do 1 more to get it right. So 24 minus 11 is 13, minus 1 is 12. There'll be 12 cards here. And they count into your left hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They count those 12 into your hand. As you turn them over, you come here, you lay the cards on top, and you're simply going to flip in with your fingers as you turn them over. So it looks like that. And then from there you say, and put those back in your purse. So when I love to do this, I did it, I think on the performance, there was a gentleman sitting here, so he didn't have a purse. We did it in the card box. But the best is when you have somebody who has a handbag, and you can say, we'll use this handbag. And then they put it in the handbag, and you can say, when I showed your handbag, I knew exactly how much it weighed. Now it feels like it weighs 12 cards heavier. And that's a cool premise. Okay, so those go back in the box or whatever. And now you're done. You're going to move 3 cards across, and here's the beautiful thing. Now, when they recount, they are reordering these cards. Once again, what a great trick for stack, because when they counted the cards, you took them out of stack, but now you're reverse counting what you reverse counted, which puts your cards back into stack. These stay on the table separately. That's for the reset. So now there were, what did we say, 11, there'd be 8. Here there were 12, there's going to be 15. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And now the reset is super easy. What you'll see here is that the bottom 3 cards just need to be transposed on top. So I just do a spread like this, And under cover of the applause, I throw and throw and throw, and you're back in order. Now, I want to talk to you about weighing across light. This is my preferred way of doing this trick because I don't perform so often with a big crowd and 2 people in a formal environment. Here's how you do it to just one person. You're not going to send the cards across, you're going to send them from you to them. So it's the same thing. You have somebody cut off a small packet of cards and let's get this many cards just to change it up, and they sit on those cards. And all you do is you simply say, I think you're sitting on 12 cards, right? And now you get 3 cards into palm, so you do a little boom, 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 the pinky count. You set these 3 cards in palm as you say, count them into my hand, and now they count the cards into your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and that's 12. And now you say, great, and you do that load, and you say, put those back under your chair, and I want to try something. And here you take 3 cards, and you do the whole bit about if I put them in palm, of course you can see it, and now you do the tent vanish as you come along this way, you let them fall back on the deck, they disappear, I send them to you, take them back out and count them one more time. And now you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and that's the end of the trick. It's that simple. And that works great in stack because you count them down and you zip them back into position. All that you have to do now is run 3, and now you fake throw and run them back over so they go back where they initially started. What you want to do is instantly just 1, 2, 3. I put these back, take them right back out, throw them on top, and you're back in stack. Okay, I want to try a little something different. I've been thinking about time travel in my work and how to convey the issue of time travel to an audience through a deck of cards, and this is what I've come up with. I'm going to do this with you and with you and with you, okay? So just call stop as I go through.
Stop.
Oh, already. Take this card, and you take this one, and you're going to take this one. Good. I want us all to take a picture in our minds of this moment. Look at the way I'm holding cards. Look at the way you're each holding a face-down card. Look at the way he's looking at me, the way she doesn't care. Everything about this moment. Everything, you take a picture. The way I just dropped the 6 of spades, sorry about that. Everything about this moment, I want you to remember. But now change the moment by looking at your cards. Remember those cards. Don't forget them. We're going to put yours, Harvey, somewhere near the top. Doesn't matter where. Thank you. You remember your card?
Yes.
And somewhere a little further down, that's yours. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Remember your card. And lastly, yours maybe somewhere. That's good. Last look. Okay. So 3 cards in 3 different parts of the pack. Hopefully not on top and bottom. I will turn half the cards face up and leave the other half face down. Before we can go back in time, I want to go to a moment forward in time, like so. This is the state before we travel back. Can all of you see that those cards really do go face up into face down? Yes. You can see that? I'll be completely fair about this as I square them in. Neatness counts. And now, it's time to go back in time. It's time to go back before the moment that we had some up, some down, some face-to-face and back-to-back, all different directions. I want you guys to be honest and tell me if you see your card here. 5 of spades, 9 of hearts, 6 of clubs. No? No? No. You sure? Okay. Hold that face down, hold that face down, hold that face down, and I want you to use it like a magic wand and wave it over the deck. That's it, wave it over the deck. Back, 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 and freeze. Look, we're back to that moment, you guys. Do you see this? You're each holding a card. I'm holding the cards like that. He's still looking at me. She still doesn't care. Everything about this moment is the same. And I just dropped a card.
Right.
That's still the 6 of spades. But that would mean that the cards would have to change in your hands. What was your card?
8 of diamonds.
Turn it over. What was yours?
3 of diamonds.
Changes in your hands. What was yours?
0 of cards.
Back in time. Here's what's interesting. We just did this experiment in time travel. This was your card.
Yes.
And this was yours. And this was yours. 3, 3, 8. But if we come forward in time, it's 3, 38. Right? When I put together this system, as I told you, I made a list of all the tricks that I would hope to do and could work in, but also I wasn't willing to give up things in my repertoire. And if you follow my work, you know one of the tricks I've been doing for years, one of my go-to ride or die tricks is Back in Time, which is my handling of a Jay Sankey presentation for Triumph and a Larry Jennings, Bill Goodwin Triumph. I love it. Triumphs are very problematic with a memorized deck because unless you're doing a push-through type shuffle, you're destroying too many cards in an order. So you don't often see them done in tandem. But Guy Hollingworth has a Triumph that is perfect for an application with a memorized deck. And so I have totally rejigged Back in Time to be done with the particle system. I'm going to teach you both versions that are in the book. The one that I've been doing for a very long time, which is a one-person, anytime in the bar, doesn't use a table at all, great layperson trick. And then I'm going to teach you a newer version that I came up with fairly recently that has the extra climax, which you saw in the performance, where you actually nail the time that it is right now. But first, the very basic one. So the cool thing is you don't start in stack origin. In fact, you shouldn't start in stack origin. You just keep cutting the deck, start somewhere random. They can touch any card they like, and they take it out of the deck. You separate the deck at that point. You have them hold it face down just like this. And you say to them, take a picture in your mind of this moment, the way I'm holding cards, the way she's looking at me, the way he doesn't care. Everything about this moment, you're going to, even me dropping the 2 of hearts. And what you do there is you drop the face card of the right hand spread. I had been doing this trick 10 or 12 years before I added this little wrinkle. I can't believe I ever did it without it. This little wrinkle is such a nice thing to add, and it's free. I mean, it doesn't change the handling at all. So you put that one back. When you take this card back and you put it on the left hand's packet, you're going to get a break below the card, below the selection. So the selection is, there are 2 cards above the break in the left hand. You square those up, and now you're going to do this. You're going to openly turn the bottom packet face up and put it there so that you can immediately regrip with both hands. And now you're going to shuffle face up into face down. And this is going to change in the other handling, but for the single card handling, you're going to run 1, 2, and then shuffle off normally and let 1 card on the right hand side fall last. And that puts you in this position. And this is all down to Guy Hollingworth and his genius that you get to now do this, which is just about the fairest way of showing face up and face down. You can show from the front, you can show from the back, you can really let that sink in. Now you must move this double card, these 2 cards that are lined up with the left packet. You have to scoot them out just a little bit to create a lip, and with your thumb you then scoot them all the way over, aligned with the right packet. And now you're going to do an in the hands push through shuffle. So first you start to move for real and do it, and this is Guy Hollingworth. This is so great. And then when you're about this far apart, you stop actually coalescing the packets, and instead you're just going to inch that top card forward, but it looks like you have squared the cards up. You're concealing this, this other packet, but it looks to the world like you have just squared those cards up. So you pause here and you say, we're going to go back in time. Back before we shuffled, face up and face down. And suiting actions to words, you're going to grip with the right hand from above the leftmost pile, straddle grip the rightmost pile, and you're going to separate them out as if it's a cut. You turn them over, rest them on top, and then achieve a break between those packets. And then here's a little display that I just discovered in the midst of this. You're going to cut, so you have a break between two packets, and if you want a little check-in, indifferent card, selection, second from the top face up, all face down, one face up card in the middle, the rest face down. With the lowermost card, I believe, is the one you dropped. So now, if you cut somewhere above the break, you can give a face-to-face flash. That looks pretty good. Step it and pick up at the break. Give another face-to-face flash. That looks really good. Now cut somewhere below what was your break and move it over, and you get this face up, face down, face up, face down. I mean, that just looks like a mess. Grab the upper two packets and use them to flip that card face down in the middle and drop everything on top. And now you say, did you pick the two of diamonds? No? Well, we can still use it to go back in time. Flip the double down, give it to the spectator, and ask them to rub like this. This is that wonderful Jay Sankey climax. And here's what's amazing. And all that face up, face down, moving the card around, turning the indifferent card over, you still have maintained the full order of the stack. Everything's back where it's supposed to be. So now your climax is we go back, 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 and you spread these face down cards. You're going to move over that bottom card with a reverse cull and take it onto the face of the packet as you say, everything's the same. He's looking at me. She still doesn't care. Everything about this moment is that I dropped a card again. Now you put these back, and it's the same card, the two of hearts. But if we really went back in time, we would have to change the card in your hand. What was your card? Queen of Spades? The trick never happened. And they turn over the card. Everything's back in order. The only thing that you have to do, this card will always have to go second from top. So, good time to do tilt. So you put that card in tilt, and you're now reset, stack sustained for your next trick. Okay, same trick, same premise, but somewhat different handling to do it with three people. So in this case, you're going to find out the time. So let's see what the time is. I can imagine this is going to be off because it's going to take longer to explain than to do. But I see 5:20, okay? I would think 5:24. So the trick takes between 3 and 4 minutes. You go 4 minutes ahead. I got this idea from Daniel Chard, many others. Richard Sanders has experimented with this. Fritz from Amsterdam published a trick in my column with this. The time prediction is just a wonderful way to end a triumph. So 5:24 is where we're going. So I'm going to put a 4, any 4 at all, on the top of the deck. And then I'm going to cull any 5 and any 2. Okay, so I've got a 5, a 2, and a 4 on top of the deck. Now I cut and hold a break and do any kind of force you like. Call stop right there. And now you just have to make sure it's in order. So I'm going to give a 2, I can see by the backs there, and a 5 there, and a 4 there. So now it's 5, 2, 4, okay? Now you do the same thing. You've got a spread in each hand. You drop a card. That card in this case is the 10 of diamonds. It goes back. But here's where the handling changes. You're going to spread over exactly 3 cards and get a break. So when you get that break, that 10 of diamonds is 4th from the face. Openly cut to that break, and now have the cards returned. When the cards are returned, you're going to cull each one of those cards beneath the pack in order. So that's 2, third one goes somewhere near the bottom, and you insert those 3 culled cards second from the bottom. So that allows you to show face the deck. If you want to show the top of the deck, it's not there. Again, difference in handling, you're going to turn the top packet face up, and do that same shuffle we already talked about, but in this case you're going to riffle 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, then riffle off normally. Right card goes last. You get this wonderful display where you can show front and back. All the cards are being mixed. You're going to move that 4-card block over, and then you're going to pretend to square these cards, but actually you just move the top card over. You're going to strip them out, same as before, turn them over, same as before, get a break, the same as before. And now, you're going to do that exact same display, face to face, back to face, all different directions. Flip that middle card over and go back down. A little more handling required here. Now you're going to cut 2 cards from bottom to top. That's 1, that's 2. That's with that simulated double undercut we already taught. And now you're going to turn them up towards you so none of the faces are shown. Flip those cards towards yourself. Take the new face card, put it on top of the other 3. All of this stuff I'm showing you is not so critical to the trick, it's critical to keeping the cards in order for after the trick. And now you're going to spread over 3 more cards, which will be the 3 selections, and keep a break on those cards. So you got a break under 6, and you're done. You're going to show, did anybody pick the Jack of Diamonds? How about the 3 of Spades? How about the Jack of Hearts? No, no, no? Okay, then you take the Jack, you take the 3, and you take the other Jack. And now you've got the cards in their hands. Same as before, wave those cards back, 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 and now you're going to reverse call the bottom card out. Everything's the same, the way you're looking at me, the way he still doesn't care, everything about the... We even dropped the same card at the same time, but we would have to change them in your hands. That's the 5, that's the 2, that's the 4, and that's the end of the trick. Now you go over, bingo, bango, still got it even during the explanation. Now you draw attention, that's a 5, that's a 2, that's a 4, and now they have 524. That is a trick that works much better in a formal setting, and now, of course, the reset on it is quite easy. Second from the top is where one of these cards is going to go, and then you have to figure out, so the 4 goes there. That's the one you cut initially, second from the top. I put these 2 on the back of the deck, and then I just call them into place wherever they go. So there's the 5, and then it's really easy whenever you're doing these kind of resets, you just look for any time 2 colors, 2 of the same color are together, and you know that's where one of the card goes, and you're done. All right, a little guessing game. We'll use, oh good, Black Kings. This will be easy. Go like this with your fist. I'm going to have you put this card under your thumb. This is a game of memory. So there's the card. It goes under your thumb. Without looking, what card are you holding?
The King of Hearts. Oh no, the King of Spades.
You'd clearly need to look. Take one more look. Okay, but from now on it's memory.
Okay.
What card are you holding?
King of Spades.
Perfect. Batting 1,000. This will be my card, King of Clubs. I'm going to switch them. Let me switch them like this. Yes. Without looking, just by memory, what card is in your hand now?
The King of Clubs.
That's exactly right. And on top?
King of Spades.
Would you be impressed if I could make them switch places?
Yes.
All right. Turn them over. I think they've switched places. Yeah, those are switched entirely. That's the red aces. Thank you very much. I feel a bit sheepish highlighting this trick and teaching it. This is a classic one that you could read in the book and you don't need to see it because you've seen David Blaine do it a million times on TV. You've seen David Williamson with his wonderful finessed handling. On the other hand, we threw it in late at the bar last night filming some tricks because I keep referring to this as your Swiss Army knife, and I can't think of a better tool to have on your Swiss Army knife than one of the greatest card tricks of all time. If you use any other memorized deck, you can't do little powerful tricks like this, but this one is built not only into the deck, it's built into the top 4 cards. It's sitting there. So if you want to make 2 cards change in a spectator's hands, if you want to do a trick that is basically sponge balls but with playing cards, this is the trick. And it's always sitting right here on top of your deck. There's a little bit of a handling change, and so I thought it would be worth including. It's going to take a minute and a half to teach this. So of course, the top part of the stack is Ace of Hearts, King of Spades, Ace of Diamonds, King of Clubs. So all you're going to do to get in position is out-jog the second card and then spread over 2 more and get a break. Now you're going to flip over 4 as 2 like this, and that's it. You go, okay, we'll do this with the 2 kings, and you are now into, be honest, what is it? Eddie Fechter's seminal, classic, wonderful trick. So I say it's a memory game. You're going to take this king of spades, hold it in your hands like this, and I give it to them. Without looking, what card are you holding? If you don't trust me, you can look. Great, you don't trust me. Ha, ha, ha. Now you show this, which is really a triple, the king of clubs, but it's got the 2 aces underneath it. This will be my card, the other black king. And you turn it over face down, and you deal the top card off, and you say, now let me switch these openly. And you switch those 2 cards, and you turn this one face up and gesture, and you say, without looking, just by memory, what card are you now holding? And you wait until they look up, and when they look up at you, you do a top change, switching this for the ace of diamonds. That's right, the king of clubs. And if I put this one on top, which one is on top? That's right, king of spades. Would you be impressed if I could make them change places? And now they turn them over, and they have a real change. And it's a classic trick. Creatively speaking, I didn't add much to this trick, but building it into the top of your stack, you're going to use this all the time. So the reset, just to be clear, you put the 2 aces on top with the ace of diamonds, and you get a break on that top king as you do, and then you simply slip it third from the top, and you're back in ace, king order. Okay. You guys play cards?
A little bit.
No? A little bit? But you're not. You don't play?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 ways of cheating at cards, but just so that you don't get cheated, okay? There's basically 3 categories. There's observing things in a game that maybe other people don't observe. That's a form of cheating. There's another form of cheating where you're actually touching the cards and manipulating them. And then the most elusive kind is where it doesn't appear that you look or touch the cards. So let me show you a little example of all of them. And this is just something that I've practiced a ton. I want you to cut off a packet of cards, and I'm going to try and feel and observe how many cards you cut. So go ahead.
Okay.
Cut off a packet of cards. Let me see. That looks like 18 cards to me. Count them out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
18 exactly.
Pretty good.
Thank you. I'm going to have you hold the cards now. I will try to do the same thing, but backwards. I want you to name any number of cards, and I'm going to try and cut them out of your hand.
Oh.
Hold them like this so I can cut to them. Like,
This way?
yeah, like down in your hand. There you go.
Ah, yes.
Any number.
24.
24. Okay, I'm thinking. Whoops, you got to let me get them. I'll tell you what, hold your hand a little flatter. There you go. I think that's 20, and I think that feels like 4. Let's see how I did. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and exactly 24 cards. Now, as the first 2 kinds of cheating, I want to show you the most elusive kind of it all. Hold out your hand.
All right.
I'm going to have you hold the cards like you're about to deal. That's fine. And now I'm going to try something that's a little bit backwards. I'm cutting a packet of cards here, and I'm going to look at this packet to determine something about that packet. What I'm seeing here is 45, which means if there's 52 cards, that there should be 7 left. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to count them like we count them in a casino. Carefully take that top card,
Okay.
just the top one. Yep. Turn it over and count 1, and
One.
put it under the deck.
Okay.
And now
One.
take the next one and count 2, and turn that one over,
2.
and count, and I hope there's 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7.
7 cards, exactly. Now, The reason that I had you count them that way is because if there was an eye in the sky, like in a casino, they want to be able to see clearly the difference between face up and face down cards. That's why you count them that way. But you notice, since you've counted those cards, they've been in your possession the whole time. I've not gone near you. Or so you think. Watch this. 3 cards. Something called palming in Magic, where you conceal cards in your hands. You can see it there, but you can't see it from that side. I want to try and move those cards from my hand over to your hand. Same thing, casino style. Hold those cards face down. Take the top one. Face down is good. Take the top one, turn it over, count 1, put it under.
1, 2, 3,
There were 7.
4, 5, 6, 7,
8,
8,
9,
10.
10 cards. Thank you very much. Invisible touch. 2 things to say at the top of this trick. First and foremost, it's named after one of the songs from the greatest singer-songwriter of all time, Phil Collins. You haven't lived until you've lived and loved as Phil has. He is a national treasure. He must be protected at all costs. Let me tell you something. When it comes to 80s crooners, Rod Stewart, Billy Joel, Sting, Elton John, Phil Collins, I'm telling you, Phil Collins goes 1, Elton John close second. Let's go Sting for 3, definitely Billy Joel for 5, and we'll put Rod Stewart at 4, okay? Now that I've established that, let's do a card trick. This is the oldest mem deck trick I've ever created. I came up with this shortly after I learned Aronson Stack, and I was honored that Simon Aronson did it for a while and talked very positively about it. So here it is. It's brute force. It's not a terribly original trick. My later stuff with the stacks would, I think, go into more interesting territory. But it's a layman trick. It's a great layman trick because it's got so many simple, nice moments in it. You've got a mark deck if you're using my system, but if you don't, this is how I used to do it. You say, I'm going to stare at the side of the deck. It's 3 phases. This is the first phase. I'm going to stare at the side of the deck, and I'm going to tell you exactly how many cards you cut off. And what's great is you're going to do just that. Because if you tilt the back of the deck to your eye line, when they cut, it doesn't matter how straight they hold the cards, you're going to see what card that is, and you just instantly call out its number. So when you just cut like this, you go, that's 14 cards. And people find this so fascinating. I mean, this is the most rudimentary use of a memorized deck is cutting and saying how many cards. That's 12 cards. But you do it, and then they count like this, make sure they don't count onto a table, and they keep the order the same, and they will count 12 cards, because that's 12. Now you put it back, and you either put it in their hands or better on the table, and you say, this time you're going to name the number, and I'll cut to that many cards. And here, before I developed this system, I had a very easy way of doing it with a false count. Now, because it's bisected with all of these tactile markers, it's pretty easy to just hit the real thing. So let me show you 2 methods, and you can oscillate between them. Let's say they say 18 cards. The original way you do this is you cut anything more than 18. It really doesn't matter, even if you're not close. You just definitely cut more than 18. The new way is I know I'm going to hit 20 automatically, because I can cut right at 20 anytime I want. So that's going to make this very precise. But let's say I was off by more. Let's say I cut, 23 cards. You get a break over 1, and now you're going to count 1 less than the name number. So 18, you'd count to 17. So you go 1, 2, 3, and notice I'm moving both hands. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the other thing you notice is with these fingers, I'm flicking the card in. 11, 12, you see how they vanish? 13, 14, 15. Now we're going to get to 17 in a minute, and on 17 I'm going to take all the cards above the break. 16, 17, that's 18 cards exactly. And what makes this little count deceptive is this card right here having a nice crisp edge. That's not 5 cards thick. Those cards have been pulled inward. So as soon as you do it, imagine 15, 16, 17, that's 18, and you can instantly turn everything up because all the extra cards blend, and it really looks like you cut 18, and of course you square them up and put them back before they would have a chance to go, let me count those. So man, what a great first two phases. They cut, you tell the number, they tell you the number, and you cut that many cards. Perfect. Now you pick up the cards and get a pinky break below 3. 1, 2, 3. And as you're explaining the last phase, you're going to do Ken Krenzel's mechanical reverse to reverse those 3 cards at the rear of the deck. So you turn the deck over, which collapses that into a wedge break. And now as you grip over the top, you curl the fingers in, and those cards roll around, and you have them reversed. Now I'm going to explain this within the particle system. In the book you can find it if you're using another system. There's just a little more math involved is all. But with the particle system it makes it dead easy. You're just going to cut at the lowermost crimp. I'm sorry, yeah, it is the lowermost crimp, but it's the top crimp because they're face up. So you cut at 10. And now you lie. You say, I'm not going to look at your cards. I'm going to look here, and I think there are 45 cards here, which means there would be 7 cards there. Now, you know there are 10 cards there, not 7, but we're going to use the classic count utilized by Paul Harris in Las Vegas Leaper, one of the great card tricks of all time, and his patter with it to count 10 as 7. So you teach them how to count the way they do in casinos, which is a lie. Take the top card, count it down. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. By doing that, you've added 3 cards to it, but you've also disordered your stack. Now the stack is reversed for 7 cards. But here's the beautiful thing. Same as I've already described elsewhere in this project, you take 3 cards, say we're going to send 3 cards your way. This is in palm. If I can get it just at the right angle, they turn invisible and they go into your hand. And now you have them count this way, 1, 2, 3, and now when he starts counting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, not only has he made 3 cards appear in his hands without you ever touching, he has reordered the cards back in the memorized deck order. The only 3 that remain reversed are the 3 on the face, which are the top 3 cards of the deck. So when you take the deck back, you do this, 1, 2, 3, throw, don't drop that one, and throw them on top, and the deck's back in order. Hi, what's your name?
Marissa.
Marissa, I'm going to do a trick for you, but at the same time, you're going to do a trick for me. And if this works, neither of us are going to have a clue at how the other one did it, okay?
Amazing.
So I am going to, I guess I'll take half the cards like this. I want you to think of a card, and I'm going to think of a card. Are you thinking of one? Mm-hmm. Okay, me too. I'll go first. My card is the 8 of diamonds. What's your card?
Ace of spades.
The Ace of Spades. All right, you're going to go through these cards, and what I'd like you to do is spread them face down until you get a feeling on a card, and I want you to push that card forward, whatever it is, and don't look at it. Now look, I'm going to take the card that I found out of the deck. You take the one you found out. I'm going to give you my card. You're going to keep me honest. I will keep you honest. Turn over your card first. Let's see how we did. I found her card. But here's the wild part. You thought of any card. You went through it and took one out at random. What was the one that I thought of? 8 of diamonds. Think as I think is a do as I do structure, but with thought of cards, thanks to a memorized pack. It's very similar to something Pitt Hartling published in his wonderful book on memorized deck magic. This is one of the oldest things that I've come up with, a deck of cards, and I do owe a thanks to Simon Aronson, who helped me with parts of this as I was developing it. So you say to somebody, you're going to do a trick for me at the same time I do a trick for you, and if we do this right, nobody will know how either trick is done. And now you cut at 20 cards, right? You don't have to, and if you're not using my system, you can cut anywhere and just glimpse so you know where you are, but I just do it always the same way. So if I cut at 20 cards, I know that the top card of this lower portion is the 6 of hearts, 21. And I say, I'm going to think of a card, and you're going to think of a card. The card I'm thinking of is the 6 of hearts. What card are you thinking of? And now, depending on what card they name, depends what you will do. So let me ask you, Mark, behind the camera, name any card, not the 6 of hearts, because I thought of that one.
4 of spades.
The 4 of spades. Okay, so the 4 of spades, as you know, is 38. It's down in this deck. So it's in my half. If they name a card in your half being the half with the one you just named on it, you need to keep that half. So I'm going to keep it because he said 4 of spades. If he had named Queen of clubs, I would keep the half with the Queen of clubs and give this half to them. You have to keep the half that has their card in it because you're going to go fishing for their card. So I'm going to keep this one. Take these cards. I want you to go through the deck and feel for the one that feels like that could be important. And all I'm doing is going by the markings to outjog the card. If you're not using a mark pack, you would instead go by counting. So in this case, 38, starting with 21, I would go 21, 22, 23, 24, and then do it by 3s or 4s or whatever I was comfortable with until I got to the 4 of spades. But I'm going to keep saying it in every one of these explanations until you hear me. I don't know why you would do memorized deck magic without a marked deck. It's just offers so many advantages. Okay, so you outjog your card, they outjog truly any card. You'll have no control over that. Now, here's where it depends on what happens. You take your card out and they take their card out of the deck. You say, I'm going to switch with you and you're going to switch with me to keep each other honest. And you give them your card and you take back their card. And you say, again, what was the card you thought of? The 4 of spades. How did I do? And now they turn it over and boom, that's their thought of card that you just found. Under cover of that action, you're going to do a top change for the top card in your pile. So, well, you were looking for my cards. I named 6 of hearts. Well done. And now that's the end of the trick. The reset, and then I'll go back and explain how we do it differently if we keep the other packet. The reset is you simply take this card and use tilt to put it back in the deck, but really it's just going back on top of this packet. And then you take the original top of the deck and place it right under their card, but on top of all of your cards. You take this one, flick it on top, and now you just have to put those 2 cards, using that reverse cull we've talked about, you just put that card right back to where those go in the deck. Okay? So let's get them back in the deck and talk about the other possibility. So if I cut at 20, I've got the 6 of hearts here, and I say, I thought of the 6 of hearts. You name a card, and they say Queen of clubs. You say, excellent. I want you to take some cards. I will take some cards. Go through the deck and feel for the one that feels like it could be important. And now I've just found the Queen of clubs. I take that card out of the deck. They take out any card from the deck. Doesn't matter what it is. But you can't do a top change because the card you need to top change is on top of their half. So the only added step is you have to say, would you place those cards back here? And they place their cards on top, and now you're set to say, let's trade cards, keep us honest. I was looking, or you were looking for the Queen of clubs. How did you do? And they turn it over. And I was looking for the 6 of hearts, and you've got it there. And then the reset is exactly the same. I've asked you already to think of some cards, but what I'd like you to do is think of a pair of cards. So what I mean by that is you could think of like black 7s or red queens, something like that, okay? Are you thinking of a pair of cards? Yeah. For the first time, what is the pair of cards that you like?
Black 10.
Black 10s. As the cards go by, I'm going to ask you to just touch one card. I will go very, very slowly as I go through here. You can go any card that you like. This one right here.
Yeah.
Now look, if the card you stopped at is a black 10, I think that would be pretty amazing. Would have been so cool, though. How are those nerves doing now? Still okay?
Yeah, but I'm crushed.
You're crushed that you didn't get it. He didn't get a black 10, but this is interesting. You got a red 4. Watch this. That red 4 goes face up in the deck. I'm going to make a couple of alterations That's 12 cards. That's 16, 9, 12, 6, and 8. And now there are 2 cards surrounding the card you touched. One on either side. And my friends, those are your 2 black 10s. All right. I don't know why, but I think this is maybe one of my favorite tricks to do out of the particle stack. Maybe I like it more than everybody else does, but I really like this trick. I think what I like about it is that the plot's basically, I think, pretty original. I've not seen any version of this before, and it's weird. This is like one this is the one I would do for magician friends. Like, show me something cool with your stack that you can only do with yours. As you know, one of the features of this stack is mates are 1 card apart. In other words, every mate that you can name has just 1 card between it. And I turn that into a trick. So basically what happens is I say, usually after I've done a trick where I ask somebody to think of a card, you just thought of 1 card. I want you to think of a pair of cards. You can say things like red 7s or black queens. What you do there is you're trying to eliminate the ones that aren't ideal. So I don't like people to say 7s, and I don't like people to say the queens, particularly the red queens, because they're low in the deck. It doesn't look very nice. So it's just nice presentation because you get rid of those. But it'll work with every single card. So let's say they say blackjacks. I say, great. I'm going to ask you to touch just 1 card. I will go very slowly. And now, when you go through the deck, all you're doing is you want to locate the card between the blackjacks. If it's easier for you to think about locating the blackjacks, just think about that. So in this case, we're going for 10 and 12. I'm going for that 11th card. So I'll just go by the markings, but if you didn't have the markings, you would count. Or you would glimpse in the middle and count. Many ways of doing this. So I go like this, and now I find my first jack. There's the card between them. I put my index finger on that card, and I keep spreading. And ideally, you want them to touch a card directly afterward. If they touch it down here, it'll still work, but it won't look as nice. So they touch any card. Let's say they touch this one. You out-jog it, and as you close up, you get a break beneath that sandwich card. And now you're going to do Gary Ouellette's touch force. We use this a lot in the particle system. It's a lovely move. You square up the out-jog card as you lift at the break, and they're expecting that you found 1 or both of the blackjacks, and instead you say, oh, that would have been so cool. And in that down moment, hands go towards you, and you're going to peel that card face up onto the face down left-hand portion of cards. The reason you have to go towards yourself is because if you didn't, you would expose 1 of the blackjacks. You don't want to do that. You turn the hands palm down, and you put it on top. Trick is done. They have just touched a card that is already between the blackjacks. Now we got to sell this. So now I push it in very fairly. If it's near the top or the bottom like this, I will usually centralize it before I do anything else. And now you just give it any false cut as you say, I'm going to try and do a repositioning. Those 12 cards here, your 6 cards there, 14 on top. That's Buck Twins false cut. Looks nice, like you're repositioning cards. Fancy cut. You can use the pendulum cut by Troy Hooser. You can use any cut or shuffle you want. But as soon as you do it, I'm going to reposition cards. If I move those 12 there, put 16 on top, move those 12 around to that, 4 go there, and then the last 11 on top, it brings 2 cards together right next to the card you touched. And I have no idea why this is, but those are the blackjacks. And they just named those cards 45 seconds ago. I think it's a great trick. I think another thing that I like about it is it's totally in the hands, and it's short. It's less than a minute long. So a good one to have in your repertoire. So when I think about world's greatest free throw shooter, I love basketball, foul shots, I would think it would be somebody like Steph Curry or Larry Bird or Michael Jordan. Would you believe that the world record holder for free throws is a guy named Tom Amberry, never played in the NBA, set the record when he was 71 years old, and that's not even the interesting part. The interesting part is he didn't just set the record, he more than doubled the previous record. And when asked how he did it, it's pretty interesting. What he said was he developed his own technique called visualization, where before every shot he would take, and he made 2,750 shots in a row over a 12-hour period. Before every single one, he envisioned it going in his mind before he did it. And I thought this would make an interesting idea for a card trick. So we're going to start with you. I don't want you to overthink this, or it's certain that you will not get it right. I'm going to tell you, you will touch the 4 of clubs, and I want you to touch any card as they go by. This one right here, are you certain?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it is, maybe it's not the 4 of clubs. I am going to ask you to do the same thing, but you touch the king of clubs. Let's go for that one. Touch any card. This one right here. You're going to do the last one. You're going to try and touch the 10 of spades. Any one that you like. That one right there. So we have 3 cards. And my friends, that's the 4 of clubs. That's the king of clubs. And that's the 10 of spades. That's swish, swish, and swish. Harapan Ong has a really wonderful, simple trick in his book that I really, really liked. And the only thing I didn't like about it is it uses a Larry Jennings sleight that I think is not very effective. I saw Larry Jennings do this once when I was a small kid. I've seen it attempted by many people. I just don't think the optical revolve move looks great. I mean, it can look great as you tilt up, but it's just a move that there are so many better options out there. So full credit to Harapan Ong. This is his trick, entirely his trick, but I have replaced my move with the end move that I think make it a little better, and here's why. At the end of Harapan's trick, 3 cards come out of the deck, which you then have to put in very studied places. And as you know, I'm sort of allergic to that kind of adjustment if I can avoid it. And in this one, it's another one of these quick fire, rapid hit tricks because nothing changes order. So, best not to be in stack origin, cut, start somewhere unusual in your stack. And I talk about the world record for foul shooting. I love that story. That's a completely true story. Look it up. This 71-year-old man set the record for foul shots. It's absolutely remarkable. But the trick itself is as easy as pie. Whatever the top card is, you say, you're going to go for that card. Touch the 8 of clubs. And they touch any card they want, and you out-jog it for most of its length. And you read the mark on that card, and you say, you're going to do the same thing, but you'll go for the, 5 of spades, and you name whatever that card is. And you out-jog it equally for most of its length. And we'll do one more. You'll go for the king of spades. And now you name this mark card, and you go anywhere else, but the third one, you out-jog. I tend to out-jog it almost even, and then as I come back, I let it slide back in the deck. So you see that it's out-jogged less than the other 2. I square them up from the sides, and then what's going to happen in one motion is this. With the left first finger, you're going to push that bottom card in. As with the left thumb, you're going to push the top card up. So it's sort of done all in one go as you spread them out like this. And as soon as you do that, it's an illusion because this card is on the top of the deck. You can say that's your 8 of clubs, your 5 of spades, your king of hearts. Swish, swish, swish. And now you square everything in the deck and nothing has changed order. You're still in stack. Andy, you brought a deck, I brought a deck. Take your cards, shuffle them up. I will shuffle mine. Lovely on the table. You cut mine, I'll cut yours. And you cut yours one more time.
Okay.
You're being very shifty with that.
No,
Okay.
I thought I misunderstood the instructions, but I didn't.
No, you're good. I am going to do a trick 2 times, 2 different ways. One with sleight of hand, and one time without sleight of hand.
Okay.
I'll let you decide how to interpret it. So we'll start with your deck with sleight of hand. Name a pair of cards. So you could say things like black queens or red sevens, that kind of thing.
Red 3s.
Red 3s. So I'm going to have you take out the red 3s as we come to them. Go ahead and take that out. And the other one. Go ahead. Hold them up to the light, make sure they are what they appear to be. Those are red 3s.
They are.
Yeah, look okay?
Confirmed.
Okay, I'm gonna have you see a card in this deck. So as they riffle by, I will look away, I'll hold them at my fingertips. You just say stop anytime you like.
Stop.
Can you see a card there?
I can.
Remember that card?
Remember
They
it.
flick off my finger, and now I'm gonna try and find that card with sleight of hand. The red 3s that you named. They go into the pack like this. For the first time, what was the card that you saw as they flicked by?
The Jack of Spades.
Jack of Spades. In this deck of cards, we placed 2 mates. The mates you named. But in a sense, those 2 mates are a target. Because between those red 3s is now a face down card. And the card you saw was the Jack of Spades?
Yeah.
How did we do?
We did great. Boom.
Right.
Very cool.
And I told you I would do this trick twice. And in a way, I've already done it. I haven't touched that deck of cards. I haven't touched that deck of cards since before you named the mates, before you saw a card in the deck. Oh, there's a 3. This is a face down card, but that would only be amazing if this were the other mate. I haven't touched these cards until this moment, but this is also your thought of Jack of Spades.
Fantastic. You want one of these?
Sure, I'll take a single round of applause.
It's great.
This is based on one of my very favorite Pitt Hartling memorized deck tricks, and he has so many great ones. I think this trick of his just demonstrates unbelievable creativity, because I've never seen a trick approached in this way. And quite simply, what he does is he takes a named card and he creates the sandwich cards around it as the cards that will trap that card. It's really smart thinking. It uses a borrowed deck plus a memorized deck. The only criticism about it is he is forced to say, you know, think of a card, and they name the card, and then you say, we'll use detective cards around it. How about the 4 of clubs and the 8 of diamonds? Because those are the cards that surround that named card. So that means that there are 3 cards, 3 separate things that you have to keep in your head to really appreciate that trick. Aesthetically, a named card doesn't look so great next to the 4 of clubs and the 8 of diamonds next to it, because those aren't paired in any way, they're not equal in any fashion, they become 3 cards in the deck. Still works great, but I'm just saying from a structural standpoint, what would be ideal is if you could use a pair. And fortunately, in the particle system, every card, every pair in the deck is linked by 1 card. So if you do the inverse of his trick, called Catch Me If You Can, you get this, which I think is a lot of fun. So you take a borrowed deck, or you present a deck of contrasting back, and you tell them to shuffle while you shuffle, and you can cut, and they can cut, and when you're ready to do the trick, you put yours back at stack origin, and you isolate it. And you say, we'll try this 2 different ways, with sleight of hand and then with magic. So they name a pair of cards. Let's say they say, what's a good one to use? The black 10s. So, fun. So you're going to remove the black 10s as you come to them, but you're going to secretly call out the card that would fall between whatever pair they name. So 10 of spades and the 10 of clubs, 14, 16, you know 15, 4 of diamonds. So I'm going to be looking for the 4 of diamonds as I call out that other 10. Okay, so there's the other 10, and now we just need to call out the 4, and we're there. Okay, take a look at those 2 cards, and now, in the book, I teach this old thing where you're going to see one inside and you just hold the back card a little longer. And that's a great way to force it, and then no control is necessary. So they examine the 10 of clubs. Now you shuffle that card from top to bottom, so now it's on the face of the deck. And now I cut a very small packet, like about 10 cards from bottom to top, and I'm going to get a break just below it and move that top packet over just a border's width. You probably can't even see it on the camera. I'll exaggerate it a little bit. And now when I come up, I can riffle through those cards and stop right at that 4 of diamonds in this case. Let them see it, let them riffle off my hand, and then here's what's nice. That step is still in place so that when I ask, did you see one? What I'm doing is I'm feeling for that place, and now I shuffle off to control it back to the bottom and shuffle it to the top. But anyway, we don't have to spend any time on this. You cull it to the top and you force it any way you like, okay? You take back the 10s and put them on top of the deck, stealing the 4 of diamonds, and say these 10s are detective cards. They are going to try and find your card, and now I put it in the deck but near the top, and you'll see why. Now we're going to do it with sleight of hand. I pick off a few cards, drop them to the table, drop them, and what I'm doing is I go one by one as we get closer until we get to a 10. And now I say there's a face down card in between those 10s. What was the card that you saw as they flicked by? And you get it right, and that's the end of the first phase. But now you call attention to a deck of cards you haven't so much as touched. And you know where the black 10s are, and you know the card is already between them. So here, because the particle system doesn't like to be shown card for card, you do the same thing to mimic that procedure. You can spread and fan and drop, and then take cards 2 or 3 at a time, and as you get nearer, you go 1 at a time, and now you get to, ooh, there's a 10 there. But that would only be impressive if this was a face-down card between, and this was the other 10. And I'm telling you, this is all Pitt's great creative work. This is such a difficult moment to reconstruct because you never touched these cards. It's inconceivable that you would have used their named pair around them in the deck that was on the table the whole time. You show that indeed is the 4 of diamonds. That goes back between, these go on top, and your stack is still maintained. I'm a big fan of the Wild West movies, cowboys. That's kind of what I wanted to be before I settled on magic. So you're going to help me go back to the Wild West for a little bit of a draw. So I want you to take these cards and give them a cut. Yeah, just to give them a cut. That's good. And pass them to her. And now you give them a cut anywhere you like. And now you take the cards. And you're the last one. I want you to give them a cut anywhere you like. Now, I want you to take whatever card you cut to, top card, look at it, don't show me, I'll take the rest of the cards. Show those cards around, but don't show me. You got it? Place that card in your pocket. Good. Now, you cut the cards, then you cut the cards, then you cut the cards. I want to make sure that whatever card happens to be here is not a mate of your card, like same value, but same color, but different card. That wasn't a mate? No. And let's make sure that wasn't a mate either? Okay. I'm going to place the cards inside the card box. And in this condition, I'm going to place these cards inside my pocket. I want you to take your card. You got it in the pocket? On the count of 3, you're going to name your card aloud. As you name it, I want you to reach into your pocket and pull it out like it's a draw in a Wild West duel. I am going to try to hear that card. I'll go into the box, open the box, sift through all the cards, and pull out the mate. Here we go. Are you ready?
I am ready.
1, 2, you've got to name it, then you go in. 3.
4 diamonds.
I would call that a draw. But ladies and gentlemen, it only works if I get the exact mate of your card, your 4 of diamonds, your 4 of hearts. That was good. I've mentioned several times in this video and many times in the book that Simon Aronson is my biggest idol for memorized deck magic, and he was like family to me. I miss him every day. The second person who influenced my work a lot in this arena and generally, who I miss terribly, is Darwin Ortiz. And I told the funny story, as funny and tragic at the same time in the book, that I asked very sheepishly if Simon would write the introduction to my book, and he agreed, and I was so relieved he wasn't upset that I had my own stack, and we got over that baggage, and he was going to write it, and then he passed away. And I thought, man, who would write this now that he's passed away? There's really only one person. I wonder if Darwin would do it. And I got so sheepish. I went to DC, I visited Darwin, gave him the manuscript and said, only if you like it, would you write it? And he got back to me weeks later, I would love to write it. Oh, amazing. And then he passed away. And that's when I realized I was killing these people by asking them to write my introduction. So that's why I asked Andy Gladwin to write the introduction after that. Just going to let that sit for you. Quick or Dead. There's a wonderful trick by Darwin Ortiz. I've cracked up the film crew. They are not even able to film, if you hear that, if that's being picked up in the mic. There's a wonderful trick by Darwin Ortiz that has this same premise of grabbing a card out of your pocket very quickly. And it's wonderful. And it happens to be just perfectly built into the particle system. So you give a deck of cards to a group of people. I like to pass it down a row and have each person cut and each person cut. And you can point out the sort of interesting thing that, look, if you cut the cards and then you give them to her and she cuts, not only is your cut unique, but it's altered by the fact that it was cut previously by him. And if you take that cut, where you start is determined by where she started, which was determined by where he cut. The point being, there's no way to know what card you have just cut to. And so they cut to whatever card they cut to again and again and again, and they take that card and they put it in their pocket. Okay? Now you're going to take the rest of the cards and put them in the box. But before you put them in the box, you're going to get to the mate of whatever that card is. Now, you know the mates are one card apart in the particle system, which means that when somebody takes the top card, no matter what it is that they cut to, that mate will always be second from the top or second from the bottom. You don't know which, but it will always be one of the two. So you're going to get rid of them in either case by showing that the mate is not on top and on bottom. So when I look down, I see Jack of clubs, I know it's 12, I know they picked 11, 3 of diamonds, and if they picked the 3 of diamonds, that tells me the 3 of hearts was above it, so it's down here. If you have the marks, you don't have to listen to anything I just said because you can just check. Regardless, you're going to say, now let's make sure, is the mate of that card on top of the deck right now? What about on bottom? Good, so it's not on the bottom or the top. And now you simply take the bottom card and put it on top, and now you have your mate on the bottom. To finish out, and then we'll explain the other scenario, you put the cards in the box such that the mate goes against the side of the box with the little flap stuck between. We already talked about this trick, draw, fooling around, fooling about, that I do to switch the pack in sometimes. It's the same premise. It's that card is right there ready to be plucked out because it's separated. So now you got this scenario, this is in your pocket, where you count to 3 and you say draw, and you both come out like this, and you have your named cards. Real quick, for sake of completeness, I'm sure you follow along. Let's say they cut to 6 of spades. Well, it's a spade, which means that the club is going to be second from the top. So in that case, you would say, look, it's not on the top, and it's not on the bottom. Is that right? Good. And now you've got it. Okay? So in any case, you get that card there, put them in the box, and you're ready to pull it out. Just a quickie built right into the particle system. Hi, Ricardo.
Hello.
Give the cards a cut. And while you're cutting, think of a card, okay? I'm going to try and turn whatever card you are thinking of invisible, and you will actually see the moment that it turns. So what card would you like?
Two of spades.
Two of spades. Two of spades. Watch this. Two of spades is now invisible. There is a two of spades on the table. You can still see that card. Yeah. I'm sorry. I will do it with the cards face up. It's easier to see this way. Watch. Watch the two of spades. Don't take your eyes off of that card. That's an invisible two of spades. Now take that card, and before it turns visible again, put it back in the deck. Oh, but you turned it over when you did it. That's okay, because what happens is when it becomes visible again, it becomes visible facing the other way, your two of spades.
It's amazing.
Okay. I wrote a book many years ago on the magic of Joel Givens called Session. And in that book, there's a little trick, a lovely, lovely little trick with the rub away vanish that's very visual, and I used to showcase it. It used to be like a quick thing I would do between longer things when I would do a lot of card magic. And when I started doing memorized deck work, I found out that it worked in one place in the Aronson stack. What you need to make the trick work is two mates, or very similar pseudo mates, like Jack of Clubs, Queen of Clubs, with a contrasting card between. So it worked with one card in Aronson stack, and when that card was named or I was taking a break, I would cut it and do that trick. I also found out it works with, I think, two places in mnemonica. It works with literally every card in the particle system because those mates are one card apart. So this is a lovely interlude to do. So if somebody names a card, it does not matter. Let's get one with a cool contrast. Let's say Queen of Diamonds. If somebody names Queen of Diamonds, you say, I'll show you something with Queen of Diamonds. We'll turn it invisible. And you cut the Queen of Diamonds to the top. You show it. You turn over that Queen of Diamonds, and you rub it on the table. And as you do, you smear over the top card so you can get a break below it. And you rub the card, and you lift, and it's still there. And I used to do this standing. I used to do it against my thigh. That's how I think it actually looks best. But a table is okay. Now you put it on top of the deck, and you take the double and use the double to flip the deck face up. And now you put that double overlapped on the face card. And this two of spades is going to subtly change into the two of clubs. That's what makes the trick work. But you're not going to notice because you're going to be misdirected by the queen itself. So it's going to look like you do that same action of flipping it over and moving it. So you just put it here. And so you turn in a little bit. It's not that you're hiding that card entirely. You just don't want to show that it changed. And you lift, and it's still there, but it's invisible. You give that out, and you say to somebody, go ahead and put it back in the deck, and you extend your hand. Now, it's really already reversed right there, but you have them place it there. You put these on top. You turn everything over, and you say when it becomes visible again, it becomes visible right where you put it. And what's beautiful about the stack is if you just flip that face down in place, everything is still in order. Okay? So that works with every single place in the deck. At best, it'll work perfectly with actual mates. So like three of diamonds is right between the black jacks. So when I do this, you really don't notice that that jack changes. And you put it here, you cut, and it becomes visible again between those jacks. At worst, you'll have pseudo mates. So for example, let's get one that isn't ideal. So here you'd have the six of clubs. You rub it, get that break, pick up both cards of the break, flip the whole deck over, and now you're going to see an 8, and that 8 is going to change, this red 8 is going to change into a red 9. I mean, if you ask me, still going to fly, especially if you're doing it, in motion. But that's the worst that'll happen. 50% of the time it'll happen with exact mates. It's rubbed away. Ricardo.
Hey, Josh.
Please pick up that card box, look inside, examine it, make sure it is, as it appears to be, empty.
Absolutely.
And next I need you to look at, let's use some jokers. Take that one, grab that one. Excellent. I want you to look at those jokers, make sure they are as they appear to be.
Exactly.
Look good? Excellent. The jokers are going to be a target for us. I'm going to place them inside the box so we can keep an eye on them. Box goes between us, and now you get to use your imagination. Reach into this deck and pretend to extract a card. Look into the face of that card and tell me, what do you want that card to be?
This is a 4 of hearts.
4 of hearts.
Yeah.
I'm glad you picked that 4 of hearts. A lot of people pick easy cards like Ace of Spades, or they'll go for like this one, the Queen of Hearts. But you didn't do that. You went for the
4 of hearts.
Show that 4 of hearts to the camera. And now I want you to toss that 4 of hearts inside the card box. Yes?
It's in there, hopefully.
Not just in the box, but inside, between the jokers, is one card. I'm afraid to look.
It's the 4 of hearts.
Well done.
You. Amazing.
This is the explanation for an adaptation of a really great Eric Anderson, David Harkey trick. It uses a move to load into a box, which I think is gorgeous. And it's right in particle system, right in the stack. If you just cut the top card to the bottom, which we just used the double lift replacement that Alan Ackerman has created, that puts you in the exact position you need to be in. So step 1 is you remove the flaps from your card box. And you're going to turn over that first king and show it. And then you're going to lift what appears to be just the 1 king, but really you're lifting 2 cards with that ace of diamonds between, and you show the other king. Now as you go to square these kings, you're going to leave that face down card behind and come forward with just 1 card, but you're going to treat it like 2. And you say, I'll place these kings in the box. These are the target. And you leave the box just there. Now you're going to spread over 2 cards together. You don't have to think about 2 as 1, but you want to take those 2 face-to-face cards, ace of diamonds, king of clubs, take them into the right hand and immediately spread on top, which puts them in the same position as an under the spread call. And as soon as you do that, you spread over no more than 10 cards and you pause. I want you to reach in there and pretend to take out a card. And now you break the spread very early on. Reason that you do that is you don't want to break the spread halfway and find out they've named a card in the top half, which means you have to kind of backtrack. If you instead only spread over about 10 cards, chances are better they're going to name one here. It's going to work no matter what, but I'm just telling you how to make this work best. You take the card out, you have them look at their invisible card, and what do they want it to be? Doesn't matter. So George, behind the camera, name a card.
10 of hearts.
The 10 of hearts. So that's late in the pack, right? So what we'll do is great, you took out the 10 of hearts. I thought you would have taken out a much easier card. And now you're going to start spreading through to get to that card. So you're going to go like the ace of spades. Now, if you're not using marked cards like I am, you can turn that over and you go, okay, 27. I know how much longer we have to go to get to 37. And you keep spreading and spreading. But if you have the marks, of course, you're just going to go right to it. So you don't have to turn anything face up. So now that's the 10 of hearts, and I say, or the queen of hearts. Everybody picks those. But you didn't pick one of those. And as you look up at them, call under the spread and put everything to the bottom, all 3 cards. So now you've got 10 of hearts, their named card, king of clubs, and along for the ride was the other red ace, which resets it right where it needs to be. I want you to take that card and throw it toward the box. And as you gesture throwing, I look down as I buckle the deck and I get a break on the bottom 2 cards and throw it down. Now you transfer that break to the right hand, and now we're going to do this gorgeous switch. Switch looks like this. I'll do it at speed. That's the switch, okay? What that looks like is this. Break is on 2. It's transferred to the right hand. You put it diagonally on top of the deck, flick the box open, pull out 1 as 2, grip it from the bottom. You're going to come out, and under the gesture of pulling this box off and tossing it, you're going to come forward with the box, and that's where that king is going to change. The spade will change into the club, but nobody perceives that. And if you thought that was a problem, you would just use 2 identical jokers, which come with the particle pack, so you're set. Of course, you take that card out, you show it, and you're done. Those go on top. This one, it's very nice if you can to stick it back in going by the markings. It looks like you lose it in the deck, and now all you have to do is situate these 2 aces between those black kings, and you're reset and ready to go. There we go. Ricardo, we're going to play a hand of cards, a special hand of cards. Give the cards a cut, keep us honest. We'll complete the cut. Okay. I'm going to deal out a hand of cards, and it really doesn't matter what style of poker you play. Let's make sure we got, how many is that? That's 4, that's 5 there, and 5 there, and 5 there. Okay. I want you to pick any hand of poker. You can even pick mine, it doesn't matter. One of these hands will become yours. Pick now. This one?
Yeah.
Okay. That's yours. And by the way, look at your hand. It's very different to perhaps my hand, yes? I don't think there's much in common. And I hope it's different than this hand. Great. I want you to look at that hand of cards, and I want you, please, to place down, put them face down in your hands. And I want you to take the top card, whatever it is, and deal it face up on the table. I'm going to try and match your hand of cards. Go ahead. 5 of hearts. That should be a 5 of diamonds. That's a match. Let's try for the next one. Go ahead and deal it. Oh, interesting. 3 of hearts. That should be the 3 of diamonds. That's the next match. And let's go for the next 2 as one. Ace of hearts, jack of spades. That's 16, 12, 14, 3 there. That should be 2 cards. That's the jack of clubs and the jack of diamonds, both there. Last one, go ahead, deal it down. What do you have? King of spades. That should be the king of clubs, and that's every card in a poker hand matched. This is a late addition to the particle system. Most of the things in the book have been cemented in that book for the 5.5 years I've been writing it, and way before that, all the stuff I've been using. But I read a wonderful trick by Jimmy Ichihana, which had more to do with Go Fish than poker. But I realized that that trick, which in his work takes up a big stack, it's its own deck of cards, works right out of particle system. And what's even better is it only uses the top 20 cards in the particle system, which makes it perfect to go right before the trick sequenced, which, as you know, is one of the ending tricks that I do to destroy the stack. So this is a great trick to put in your set right before one of the 3 big blockbuster endings. You didn't see me do it, but in the book I suggest that if you like gambling stuff, this could be the one to do. So here's how it works. Right from stack origin, you're going to say, it doesn't matter if you know the rules of poker, I want to try something with some poker hands. And you say that because you're going to deal something unorthodox. You deal 2 by 2. You're going to go 2 by 2 again, which takes us to 4 each. And now you're going to go singly to get the 5th card. But there's 1 second deal, and it happens on this middle card. So you deal a top, then you deal a second, then you deal a top, and the trick is over. You're done. Okay? What you have just done is created 2 duplicate pairs of hands. So you're going to have them pick any hand, and they really can pick any hand they want. They can pick yours or any of these 3. But these 2 hands are exactly the same. They mirror each other. Isn't that remarkable that that just works out of the particle system? If you deal a poker hand, that would just work. And this hand mirrors this hand. Dupes. So that means that whatever hand they pick, you're going to be able to basically duplicate it by putting it on top. So let's say they pick this one. You say, look at your hand, and by the way, it shouldn't be the same as any other hand. These are different cards, yes? And you shuffle them up and you put them on top. And different than these. Now, these two are the same, but because you just mixed them and you're holding them up for 2 seconds, these will look like totally different hands. And even these, and you just turn to somebody else, not this person who's looking at the hands. They're all different hands. And now they're looking at the hands, and now you have a stack on top which is exactly like the one here. So it's up to you how you produce this, okay? You can put these on the bottom of the deck if you want and do some really fun stuff by saying, like, let's call aces low and kings high. Put your highest card down. And they put down a king. Ooh, king, that is high. Let's see if I can find a matching card. So if you had a king and I needed that card for my hand, I would produce the other matching king. Let's go for the lowest card in your hand. Well, of course, you know that's the ace. It will always be the highest followed by the lowest. So now they deal an ace out. Ooh, an ace. All right, well, I would have to find an ace. I think there was an ace about, let me see, right? That's the ace, and you get it. Lay another one down, and you can either vibe with it and produce it just as you go, or let's try one more, and they take the jack of clubs, and you say, I think the jack of clubs is matched with the jack of spades. Let's try 2 at a time right now. And now you can do a 2-card catch, move them from bottom to top, and you produce the 3 and the 5. Right there is the 3, right there is the 5, and you're done. My point is not to show you the individual revelations and how to do it. My point is to show you how you can do this poker deal right out of the top of the particle system, not even cutting. It's another thing in your Swiss Army knife that you've got to do a really entertaining trick. Hi, Ricardo.
Hey,
Let's try and locate some good poker hands. To do this, I will remove some good cards for myself and some for you. I'm removing, yeah. That looks good to me. You take about half the cards. I will take half the cards.
Okay.
And divide your cards in half if you could.
In half.
Yeah, like take about half and half.
Okay.
And then mix each half. So mix each half separately like so. Give them a little shuffle. And mix these. And then turn either half face up. And shuffle the face up cards into the face down cards. So they are mixed together. That's good. Square them all in. And now I'm going to take all of your cards and mix them into my cards. And now, let's find some good poker hands. This is a pretty one. Watch. This will be the paintbrush. This will be my canvas. Let's paint some poker hands. That's an ace. That's an ace. That's an ace. That's an ace. But now, let's finish it. King, queen, jack, 10 of spades. The king, queen, jack, 10 of clubs. The king, queen, jack, 10 of hearts. And finally, the king, queen, jack, 10 of diamonds, royal flushes.
Beautiful.
Flush brush is Doug Kahn's trick based on Chris Kenner's Paint by Numbers. Vanishing put out Justin Flom's version called Card Artistry years ago. The idea of an elongated pack that you paint on the rubber on the underside of a close-up pad looks really cool. Flush brush was one of those tricks. When I saw Doug Kahn do it, I was like, that's the coolest trick ever. That's the kind of trick I would love to do, but speaking frankly, I would never bother to keep 4 royal flush strains of cards set up in my deck. I mean, you'd have to switch decks just to do that one trick. But once again, this is where creating your own stack comes into play. You can build these sorts of tricks in it. So this is not the most elegant way to get into a trick because you do have to do some finagling to get into it. But I wanted to put it on this video to show you it can be done. So what you're going to do is cut the 10 of clubs to the face of the deck. And you have to do this in kind of a down moment, and you want to start explaining what you're doing as you're doing it so nobody can rationalize and think very hard about what it is you're saying. So you are now going to up jog. You would do this towards yourself, but I'll do it so you can see. You're going to up jog every royal flush card in the deck. So those are your kings and aces, your queens, your jacks, your tens. And after that, you don't need anything. So you say, I'm going to just take a bunch of cards for me and a bunch of cards for you. And I want you to divide the cards in your hand. You can do it any way you wish, but divide them in half again. And in that 4 seconds, what you have done from your royal flush cards is once again up jogged and down jogged so that you get spades and hearts on the outer packet and diamonds and clubs on the inner packet. And you could do it face down with the markings, but trust me, you'd be going very slowly. It's just easier to do it face up and sort of take those out and put them down. And now you're going to give this deck a couple of false shuffles. So I used the Harry Lorraine one that I taught you, the mixer, I forget what we call it, the mixer thing. And then you have to run in both packets 4 cards from top to bottom. You drop those down, you pick these up, you give it that little false shuffle we talked about, and then you run 1, 2, 3, 4, and you place those face up. Meanwhile, your spectator has done the same thing. They've mixed these cards, and they've turned some face up, and they shuffle face up into face down. And as they do that, you're going to shuffle your cards face up into face down. In the book, I teach a push-through shuffle. Here, I'm doing an oang shuffle. The result is the same. You have all the face-up cards below all the face-down cards. That's it. On purpose, this packet is bigger, which is exactly what you want, for you to Faro those cards into the deck. I Faro them in for about an inch, and now you turn a close-up pad over so that you have the rubber side uppermost, and now let's paint. This is so cool. If you just touch to the corner, the card immediately contacting it will cling and you'll paint an ace. Now you turn it over, you paint another ace. Now you turn it over again, you paint a third ace. You turn it over one more time, you paint a fourth ace. Now turn them back over, and everything is set up so that now you have all the spades followed by all the clubs, then all the hearts and all the diamonds, and all you have to do is apply pressure, and as you go down, it's kind of hard to do slowly, but you can paint the spades, you turn it over, you're going to paint the next one would be the clubs. Then you paint the hearts. It gets a little harder as you get less cards. And lastly, you paint the diamonds. You can put your index finger on top for clarity. Paint the cards like that, and you have a very pretty production to end a very difficult routine to justify setting up, unless it's built in. I just want to take a moment here at the end to say thank you so much. Everything that I create and put out, I put out because I think it might be of interest, and I like it, and I am proud of it and happy to share it. I'm humbled when other people use it. But it's that times 1,000 with the particle system. This has been an obsession for me in the best way. I never go anywhere without my deck in that order in my pocket. It is, to use the metaphor yet again, it is my Swiss Army knife that lets me do all of the card magic that I love most. I am still experimenting. I am still developing new material with it. I am obsessed with it, and I love it. And the idea that at long last, you get to play with it too, and you get to help me on the next part of the journey and come up with new things and surprise me with it excites me to no end. I want to make myself available to all of you learning this and reading this. You're going to have problems. There will be blind spots I didn't anticipate because I didn't teach myself this. I just developed it. But now when I'm teaching it, I'm new at teaching it. So all of these tricks have been so fun to revisit, but I want to be here to help. I want to see what you do with it. And who knows what we can come up with together. It's a vulnerable thing to put out so much of your own work at one time. So I'm eager to hear how it goes. I hope you enjoy it. It would mean a lot to me if you did use it and develop new things with it. And I can't thank you enough for going on this journey to the particle system.